infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power.
Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power.
Listen to the power! Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Look, I'm unmuted. I saw that I was muted that time. I don't know why it didn't unmute me. It unmuted everyone else. Whatever. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 50. So we're 50 episodes into the season. It's getting a long season here. To see what we want to do to ever spice it up for a new season. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. What we can say for sure, though, is Steak 1024 wanted to start off the show before we got going here. Just wanted to let us know he rated this the creamiest podcast of 2026.
Nice.
All the cream.
Dude. Keep it creamy.
All the cream. Okay, so hi everyone. I am Nathaniel Rebel-Jantz, aka Nintendo Prime, one of the co-hosts of NintenByte Podcast. We're going to go to the room and introduce everyone. Going on. We got a bit of a topic roulette, but it's a really weird topic roulette because it's 3 dealers' choices. It'll get fleshed out as the show goes on. Really, it was just I didn't have time to make all the topics before the show started. But we do have at least one topic to get us going. You guys know we got to be talking about Splatoon Raiders and variable pricing from Nintendo. They didn't lie to us. Pro-consumer move? Oh, we'll talk. Let's go around, though, and let people know who we are and what we got going on. We'll start with our guest. For the first time in 2026, Johniibo.
What's up? It has been a while.
I know, a long time. You haven't been on in like a year.
Has it been a year?
Yeah, it's been almost a full year.
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, I hate Nintendo now, and you guys suck. You know, I mean, that's why I wasn't on for a year.
Makes sense.
You're trying to get uninvited from today, aren't you?
Wait, what?
You're trying to get uninvited from today, aren't you?
Yeah.
All right. Problem solved. I'm just kidding. Just quickly remove him. Well, welcome, Johniibo. It's nice to have you back, man. Hopefully not another year to your next appearance, but we'll see how it falls. The schedules fall. It doesn't always work out. When we got dude, I'm so confused. We're in like such a different order today. We're gonna leave it. ThunderStash Gaming. How's it going?
Hey, it's good. Staying busy. That's it. You guys know. I'm
Lots
busy.
of reviews. Lots of reviews
yeah.
all the time. He just published another one recently. Was it today or yesterday? I can't remember. I saw it
today, yesterday as well.
Yeah, there you go. He's grinding those reviews over there, guys. And then we have the sock puppet himself, Mr. Spice Lord. Hold on. Where's the joke button?
Dropping the ball
Hold on.
we need our intro sound effects, dude.
Why is it spicy?
That is, dude, to be fair, we've only had these for one episode,
Yeah, right.
so I'm not used to hitting the buttons yet. Anyways, what's up, Eric?
Oh, another week.
Another week. Okay, and then we have the Birdman.
How we doing, people? It's another epic Wednesday. Excited to be here. Excited to talk to some Splatoon and whatever the hell we got going on tonight. Got a little show and tells. I got some new pieces for the game room. I gotta show these off.
Ooh.
Yeah, Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Hands out there.
Yeah.
It's such a good scene from the opening when he tapes his face, then rips it off and screams. So
Great
good.
movie.
And I got one more. I got a little Turtles in Time action going on. So these are going to go up this week. Very excited, but excited to be here as well. So
awesome. What the fuck was that?
Pee-wee laugh.
I know, but I'm like, that was so good. I swore it was actually him. I'm like, my mind is blown right now. I'm Nintendo Prime, bitch. What's up, everyone? I'm Nintendo Prime. All right, so we'll go around, I guess, topic for that. Who wants to take the only topic we have listed so far to start the show? So who doesn't want to think today? Any takers?
I'll take it.
All right, Stash Man.
I do have the Suns game on in 30 minutes.
Yeah,
or
I was
10
going to be like,
minutes
there's no
now.
way you want to think of topics tonight, not with the playoff game. At least while you have that faint hope that every fan has that, hey, maybe this one game, maybe this one time will show up.
Stick with them through thick and thin, man.
Yeah. All right, so Stash Man's taking the first topic. For those who don't know what it is, it's Nintendo appears to have set a new precedent. Obviously, it deals with pricing. We're also going to talk about Splatoon Raiders. It's kind of a combo topic because Splatoon Raiders is why we're talking about the price stuff anyway. So obviously, we'll talk about Splatoon Raiders as well and our thoughts on that. Outside of that, I have no idea. It's all dealers' choices, so we don't really have to pick. It's just first person to add a topic to the back end is going to go second. And the next person goes after that. And I swear if we get done with topic one and there's no topics back there, I'm just going to be like, God damn it. God damn it.
Now it's just on principle.
That's just on principle, right? All right. Well, we don't have any banners or anything set up because it's been a weird one. Oh, you do have one for this one?
Yeah, I have the one set up.
Where?
we need Q&A stuff. We need like a backlog of Q&A stuff for whenever we don't have a topic. We just have
there's so much news that happened. I've been really happy about. I just didn't have time to fucking put it in a list.
It's there now.
I will look, if no one else wants to come up with the 3 topics, I will come up with them. I just need a little time. But it doesn't really matter. It's not my turn right now. It is ThunderStash Gaming. What the hell are we talking about?
Suggestion also would be to pose the question to chat as far as topics.
Oh, sure. I mean, chat, you can always super chat in ideas and I'll think about it. But literally, there's so much news. Anyways, go on, Stashman.
So, Splatoon Raiders, guys. We woke up today to the news or to the trailer. And, the biggest thing, of course, was the pricing. That was a big takeaway. Big talking point. So first, let's talk about Splatoon Raiders as far as what we saw in the trailer. What do you guys think of the gameplay? Are you interested now? Has it hooked you?
I mean, I think it looks like. Oh, my bad.
No, you're good.
Johniibo, you want to take it away, my man?
Sure. I'm a big Splatoon fan. I've been playing since the Wii U. And I always loved the single player modes in the Splatoon games, and they were, very short. They're kind of short. They're like 4 or 5 hour experiences.
John, can I pause you real quick? So sorry. Can we get the trailer rolling in the background? Maybe have the trailer on loop while we talk about it.
Hey, you're a co-host. You can do it yourself.
Yeah, but I don't have the dual monitor set up.
By
the way, I am ordering a second monitor so I can
I got it.
be a little bit more professional on the channel for
You're asking a question. I'm like, you literally can do it yourself. All right, it's fine. Eric's gonna get it for us. All right,
John, continue. I just thought it'd be nice to have some footage going.
Oh, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, so the single player modes have always been fun, but they've only been like 4 hours, and then it also looks like the they're adding elements of Salmon Run into it as well. And I always thought it was weird that Salmon Run wasn't 24/7, like there were off times. So now it kind of looks like they're melding together Salmon Run and the single player mode and making it more of a fully fleshed out mode. And also the DLC that they've done, like Octo Expansion and Side Order, have been really good. And I don't think many people actually focus on the single player elements of Splatoon or even the co-op elements of Splatoon. It's mostly, online multiplayer. So having a separate single player, I think they call it single player focused game. Yeah, single player focused game that we could all kind of enjoy and not have to worry about multiplayer. I like it. I mean, they're doing it now, I think, to get the Japanese audience, because Splatoon's huge in Japan. So they want to bring more people in from Japan for the Nintendo Switch too.
Don't everyone talk at once now.
Bird?
Yeah, no, I'm excited for this one. I was excited when we got the first little tease and announcement, but obviously my curiosity kind of went wild. I made a little video, I want to say a little over a year ago about this one, or a year ago, however long it's been since we got the first tease, about what kind of game this could be. And while we did get a good chunk of footage and information, I feel like there's still a lot of questions about really what kind of game this is. Obviously, what we can tell from this trailer is it is a single player focused game with local and online multiplayer options. We see that there's some sort of crafting and like upgrade system in this, as well as it looks like base expansion, maybe a little bit of base building stuff going on here. But is this a survival game? Does this game have roguelite elements? This is obviously a mysterious chunk of islands. I remember in that first teaser, you've got that huge like typhoon or whatever that you fly into, and it's uncharted islands. So I'm curious if every time you set out to one of these islands, if it's going to be rearranged or encounters are going to be different every single time, with a little bit of roguelite elements. So I do think we need a little bit of one of those deep dive overview trailers, or some sort of Splatoon Raiders focused direct that really goes into the ins and outs of what this game is. It does look like, like Johniibo said, it takes a lot of influence from a little bit of Salmon Run, which for me is my favorite mode actually in all of Splatoon. I'm not the biggest online gamer or games of service gamer. And PvP's never really been my thing. Obviously, throughout the years, there's been a few exceptions here and there, but overall, it's not really my thing. However, when there's a more of a team-based or teamwork-based multiplayer, I'm all for that. So getting to go through this single-player focused experience in Splatoon with the creative combat and unique weapons and fun boss fights with up to 3 other friends is really enticing to me. I love that. So I'm excited to see more. Initial feelings, I think this looks really good. I feel like there's got to be more to it. And I am curious about, we're going to talk about price in a second. I am curious about why it's priced the way it's priced, but it looks really fun. It looks fresh, to put it in Splatoon terms. Yeah, those are my kind of initial thoughts here. Oh, and the music's going to kick ass. Like that's a no-brainer as well. So,
Eric, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, honestly, I think we're getting right to the part in this thing where, right here, when they showed this in the when I saw this in the trailer the first time, I was like, holy crap, is this like a Mario and Rabbids style game? To a certain extent, where the tiles and the turns and everything like that, but it's to a certain extent looks like it has some of that feel, obviously just not turn based. But no, honestly it looks pretty intriguing. I'm not necessarily the biggest Splatoon fan, but it definitely does look intriguing. I really want to see more of this game to really hammer it home and make me want to get it. I'm kind of 50-50 right now still, but
sharp.
Yeah. All right. Prime.
So this game, I think it looks incredible. The big thing I think that's a little confusing, and I've seen this trailer a number of times now, is that it doesn't do a good job explaining what the point is, what the objectives are. Like, it shows the map, it shows a chest, it teases a boss fight at some point, but most of what it shows just looks like Salmon Run with a few new salmonid, which that's fine. And I know it's not just Salmon Run, because obviously there's objectives and different objectives in Salmon Run, but it's interesting because they chose to do something this week with this reveal that and it's not just that it was on Nintendo Today, no commentary, no explanations for anything going on. They just showed raw gameplay, which that's cool. I like having raw gameplay with the full game audio and not being interrupted, but this is a new game. This is like a spin-off game that's not like a normal Splatoon game. So I still feel like we haven't gotten the explanation that we're waiting for to like explain what the point of the game is. Like, the gameplay looks good, and you figure we should be able to tell from the gameplay, but literally it looks like Salmon Run. And I'm like, okay, well, if it's more than Salmon Run the game, then I want to see that. I like that there's online multiplayer, right? And you can have up to 3 people playing with you. You can do that with Salmon Run as well on Splatoon 3. So it's like, okay, so what about this is so different? I mean, you get to craft your own weapons. That's cool. I like that. Just so you can make up your own weapon combos. I think that's neat. Obviously, the hairstyles they have here are all new and looking nice. I like the one with the AV cables there. I find that one just that's a nostalgic right there, getting the old AV cables out. But it's one of those things where I think Nintendo's done a poor job. We've seen the game twice now. The fact that I still don't even know what the point of the game is, other than it's a Splatoon spinoff that looks like Salmon Run. But that's all I know. And if that's what the game is, then I guess they did enough to explain it. I'd like to think there has to be more to it than that. Like, what the fuck is this robot? What the fuck is he doing? Why is Big Man in it? The fuck is going on?
Did you play the single player modes in the other games?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So I mean, I think it's going to be structured kind of like that, where you're going to have missions, and then there'll be a boss fight, after a few missions.
See, that's interesting because this doesn't look anything like those single player modes. Those were really platformer focused.
I think it looks like a hybrid between Side Order and Salmon Run. Like, they have it looks like they have roguelike elements and the Salmon Run.
This looks influenced by Salmon Run, but it doesn't look like Salmon Run.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's weird.
It looks influenced by it, but I do feel like there's going to be some sort of roguelite or survival. I mean, we got a glimpse of what looks like you could do fishing, whatever that's for. I don't know if you're going to be able to cook and buff up your character. We don't know. It looks like base expansion is going to be a thing. I remember in that initial teaser, it looked like a very bare bones dock with nothing on it. So it looks like there's going to be some sort of a base expansion. We've got crafting, upgrades. There's treasure hunting. So I do imagine there's going to probably be during the treasure extraction. This is just a prediction. During a big treasure extraction, it's going to feel like Salmon Run, where it's just hordes of salmonoids while your mech friend is trying to extract this treasure for you. With like little mini bosses that show up. But I do have a feeling this one's going to dive a little bit more into narrative, a little bit more into lore than what we've seen in Splatoon 1, 2, and 3. And I think structurally, yes, probably like the single player of those games, as far as each island kind of serves as a level. But the islands aren't going to be obstacle courses. So I think the hope here is that they're either roguelite where it's unique every time you visit, or there's enough hidden items and secrets and reasons to spend time on each island in a way that makes it feel interesting, instead of that obstacle course feeling that you got in 1, 2, and 3.
I also noticed something when it's on the map. There's a dungeons in the game.
Mm-hmm.
There's a dungeon listing at the top left. They don't open it, so we don't really see what it is or what it entails. But there's dungeons, which is not something that we've had in Splatoon before. So that's interesting. They didn't show any of it as far as we're aware. They showed just stuff that's out in the open. So I think they're hiding a lot about this game. Obviously, we know it's coming in July, right? July 23rd. Is that right? I think.
Yeah, July 23rd.
Yeah. So they have months and months to show us, and this is a game to me that I feel is ripe for a treehouse later this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like they did one for Pocopia and the Bella Bella Park expansion. I could see them combining this with some other game they want to show off, whether it's Fire Emblem or if that Star Fox game is real, maybe they want to show that off in a treehouse along with this game. And it also is interesting. I mean, just the fact that it's in July, because again, we still don't have that June game, but we got 2 for July.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that means we're getting a reveal or not in the next week and a half, but we'll see. It's also notable that Nate the Hate said it was going to come in July, but I mean, guessing a summer release for for Splatoon, I don't think is a tough thing to guess. Although technically Splatoon Raiders did not have a year stated with it. It was the only game Nintendo announced without a launch year, because all the other ones have 2026 listed.
Yeah, I got lucky on that one. I was so worried. That was one of my most worried picks in our fantasy league.
Is that going to be like a next year?
Is it going to be next year? So
I'm wondering, I just noticed a lot of the weapons throughout this trailer, they'll have like little keychains or charms hanging from them, or your backpack. I'm wondering if you're going to be able to do a lot of like the customization. You find, cosmetics and stuff like that you discover on the island that you can kind of spice up your outfit or spruce up your weapons and make them look unique.
Yeah, I think
just be a fun little extra thing.
Yeah, cosmetics I think are going to be huge. I mean, they're huge in the normal Splatoon game. They're going to be big in this one too. And obviously they haven't shown what the co-op looks like in terms of online co-op when you have all 3 people with you. So you have a group of 4. And there's a lot they haven't shown. So technically I don't even know if they've shown a boss fight. They teased one, I think, at the end.
Yeah, I think that big fish with the wings.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they've teased one, but again, that to me feels like a boss fight. Well, that might be end of a dungeon kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So very curious, and obviously what all the symbols mean and all that stuff. I know there's lots of theory crafting out there, especially because Splatoon has lore. Some pretty dark lore, actually. In fact, that for some reason in each game's single player, somehow they find a way to make it darker. I don't know how. It's completely contrasting with what you're seeing on screen, but that's the point. This super dark story, but yet, you're spewing colorful paint everywhere. Have fun shooting some fish. Blah blah blah. But in reality, you're in a post-apocalyptic world that's just been ravaged. But yeah, I'm just really excited for this game in general. I already know I'm going to enjoy it because I like the gameplay of Splatoon. And this obviously is that gameplay in terms of like shooting things and taking out things and painting things and customization and gear. And are you a kid? Or are you a squid? I like all of that stuff. So honestly, I know I'm probably going to enjoy this game just because I've enjoyed everything they've ever done with Splatoon, including the single player. I feel like the single player has actually been kind of underrated by some people. They've really stepped up. I mean, the boss fights have always been incredible in the single player, but even like this with like the last DLC they did for Splatoon 3, they really stepped it up with the content. So it's cool to see. I'm just happy they're doing a more single player, as they said, a single player focused Splatoon game. I'm just really glad that they're doing that, because I feel like whatever ideas they're putting in here, ideas they think they couldn't do in the grander mainline Splatoons, because they got to focus more on the multiplayer during development.
Do you think that this kind of puts a wrinkle in Splatoon 4? Like, will we have a Splatoon 4 that has a single player and multiplayer, or are we just going to get like a multiplayer suite?
I think it'll still have single player. I think this is just a stopgap. I think and again, this is my opinion. After what they did on Switch, where they released Splatoon 3 and Splatoon 2, I think they're like, you know what? Maybe mainline we should only do once per generation instead of twice. Because I don't know, like, yes, they both sold over 12 million, and you can call it a success, but the second one sold way more than the third one. And it could just be one of those, hey, maybe we don't do multiple mainline Splatoon games every gen. We just do one, because it gets years of support. And then how else can we have a Splatoon come out? This could be how else. So, like, this is their first Splatoon game on the system, but no one's confusing this for being Splatoon 4. I think the story will be canon and all that stuff, absolutely. But I do think there'll still be a single player campaign and all of that. And it'll be whatever happens after this. Like, this might lead into Splatoon 4, basically.
You know what's really cool about this game, and I think we've already gotten a little bit of a taste of it from this most recent trailer, is they're going to be able to do things with weapons in this game that they could never do in a mainline Splatoon game, just purely for balancing reasons. You know, they always have to think about balancing for multiplayers and how all these weapons work together in a competitive state. Whereas this, they could go balls to the wall wild with weird secondary abilities and supers. And I'm really excited to see some of the creative stuff that they come up with.
I like that giant shark that they showed.
Yeah.
So if it's stuff like that, like, I'm down.
Yeah, the shark was pretty cool. It really was. Stash, you got any thoughts on Splatoon?
Yeah. There's a little bit of information right on Nintendo's website. I'm just going to read it.
Sure.
So in this single player focused adventure, first off, I just want to say I think it's really funny that they kick it off with that, and then they say play with up to 3 friends. It's like, what are we doing?
Yeah. Whiplash.
Which direction are we going? But all right, hey, dude, I think that's cool. Secret of Mana, that three people you can play with. I consider that a single player adventure.
Absolutely.
But I guess you could have friends come along and play. So that's the first thing I thought of. Like, all right, we let that slide because Secret of Mana did it so well. All right, so in this single player focused adventure, play as a mechanic working with Deep Cut, a trio of swashbuckling musicians, and venture out into the mysterious islands. Customize your character, kit yourself out with mechanical gadgets and ink splattering weapons, and take on waves of enemy salmonoids as you raid the islands for treasure. So, raiding the islands for treasure. Still wondering what we're doing in the dungeons. Because that was the first thing I saw in the trailer. I was taking it slow. I'm like, oh, see dungeons on the map. That's a good sign. Got some depth there. Then it says, it's not just you out there, though, in this single player adventure. One member of Deep Cut will raid alongside you in a powerful bot. You can also join with up to 3 other players online or local wireless. So up to 4 together. Or you have a powerful bot. You're playing single player. So interesting. Look, I think it looks good. I think it looks like it's going to have some depth. I like that you can make your own weapons, that you're going different islands to find treasures. I like that they showed in the trailer. They showed the map, of course, like I think at least twice. But they showed it one time where, the clouds move away and it reveals more of the map. Of course, I'm just wondering, I wonder how big it is.
How big is it, right?
Yeah, we all want to know.
That. They can keep doing that. They can just keep zooming out. It just keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, and that's the hope, right? Because I guess to segue into another part of this conversation is it seems like the question that was being asked by a lot of people online after when the price was revealed, which again, the price is $50 digital, 60 physical, and it is on cart, which is great. That's part of the variable pricing. But the question was, well, if it's costing this much, how long is this? Could this have been Splatoon 3 DLC? And that's not me saying that. That's just folks on the internet saying that. And then there was the people that were upset that this isn't on Switch 1 because it looks to them as if it could be on Switch 1 based on, I guess, just graphics alone. Nothing under the hood. It's a very surface comment, but these are the comments out there. And I thought the discourse was interesting because, you get a positive, right? The game looks good. We weren't planning on this being revealed today. So that's positive. The fact that it looks good is a positive. And then the pricing's a
coming
positive.
soon.
Yeah, pricing's a positive. The reaction online, again, this is just like the mindset I talk about a lot, just goes immediately negative. Well, this isn't a very long lead up. Is this even really going to be that big of a game to them? And what's with the price? I mean, is there really that much there for us? Is this going to be like a few hours or something? Like everything just went like super negative, which is just so sad. But I didn't think that. I think we need to see more, obviously, and I think we will. Nate, you mentioned the treehouse. This is a perfect game for a treehouse. If they don't do that, I would absolutely presume it's going to get a big overview trailer. A nice 8 to 10 minute one.
Yeah,
so
it needs it.
Yeah, just based on what I see, I think the graphics look fine. I don't look at it and say that should be on Switch 1 for any reason whatsoever. It looks interesting. The gameplay loop looks interesting. You're going from island to island, you're getting treasure. It's always fun to do. Creating your own weapons looks fun. I want to see the dungeons, and that's kind of where we're at. There's Amiibo, of course, too. Were announced. And again, that is a common trend now with like all first party games getting Amiibos, which again, you go back to like some of these rumors about Luigi's Mansion 4 saying there's going to be an Amiibo. It's like, yes, it's obvious, man. It's obvious they're all going to get Amiibos because they're selling.
It's weird too, because it felt like Nintendo was going away from Amiibo for years.
It did.
And now it's like Switch 2 hitting like, nope, we're all back in again. All in, every game, getting Amiibo.
But if you look at what's changed, right? From Switch 1 to Switch 2, where we did have that lull with no Amiibos. And we talked about that. But since they've come back, the quality is way better.
Mm-hmm.
The price has also changed. They're charging more money. However, the quality is much, much better. They're much bigger as well. So something changed there. It seems like they put a halt to all the Amiibo so they could rework the quality and rework the pricing, and then bring them back out for Switch 2. Especially while Switch 1 was in its, final year there. And, demand wasn't high anymore. Like if you're going to take a break, that's the best time to take a break, right? It's like in the restaurant business, taking a break during turnover. It's the best time to do it. No one's coming in right now. Let's work on something new. Do you guys have any other takeaways? What are your thoughts on the pricing? John, what do you think about that price?
I mean, I like the price because it's, probably, is it the cheapest Switch 2 exclusive now? Well, I guess not including
Dragon Drive and Welcome to
Dragon Drive and the whatever the heck, the tutorial thing.
Welcome Tour.
Yeah, it's with a retail release, yeah, like a retail physical release, yeah,
because it has a physical copy. Yeah,
but I like that about it. I just wish they were more transparent on what makes their decisions. Like, so this is cheaper than Yoshi in the Mysterious Book,
mm-hmm.
and it's cheaper than Mario Tennis. So it's like why is Mario Tennis $70, but the Splatoon game is $50? I just wish they would have more transparency. Of course, I want everything to be cheaper. And when they announced this whole digital is going to be cheaper than physical, the first thing that I thought was, oh man, we're going to get $70 digital games and $80 physical games. But with this and with Yoshi, it seems like we're not going to see that, at least anytime soon. Maybe for like Smash Brothers or Mario. We'll see if Luigi's Mansion does come out. If that could be a $70 or $80 game.
Yeah.
So it's hard to tell like what their variable pricing entails. And also, like you brought up Amiibo, the Amiibo for Splatoon Raiders. If you buy all three of them, it's actually more expensive than buying the game itself. I think the Amiibo are like $75 total, and the game is $60 if you get a physical.
Yeah, it's like the Kirby Air Rider amiibos.
Yeah, they're $52 each.
Yeah,
or I don't even know what they are. My name is Johniibo, so I used to buy Amiibo all the time. Now I don't. One, because they're just like there's too many of them.
Yeah, it's hard to keep.
Too expensive. Man. They're huge. Like I got the Mario Galaxy ones, which are amazing. The Rosalina and the Mario one are great, but they're big. And I think now Nintendo sees Amiibo more so as figurines as opposed to these additions in the games. Like, I don't even know what Amiibo do anymore. Like, I think the Galaxy ones, you get an extra life and then you get maybe extra health for the other one. And usually for like Splatoon, I think you could save your outfits to an Amiibo. So the functionality doesn't matter anymore, but I think they are leaning more in towards them being actual figures, and they're high quality. They're nice. I remember P Stand Link in the initial wave. It's been 10 years since P Stand Link.
What would you call it?
P Stand Link.
It's so
like,
true though.
I don't know if I have it within reach, but like he's on a stand and it's yellow and it looks like he's peeing.
Looks like very dehydrated urine.
Let me see. Oh,
the first link.
The first one, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the first one.
Oh my god.
It's been 10 plus years since that.
That's funny. I had no idea that was a thing, but it definitely is a thing. There's a lot of articles on that. That's good stuff.
Oh my gosh. So I got some thoughts on the pricing stuff. First off, this was what we needed to see before we could really figure out if what Nintendo said was true. So Nintendo said when they initially revealed all the pricing stuff, they came out and answered one question from the media. And that question was, hey, is this an increase in price to physical goods? Because that's the way people, like you were talking, like 70 digital, 80 physical. Is that going to be a thing that happens? Because, it says Yoshi. Okay, the prior Yoshi games were released at what was full price at the time, $60 on the Switch. We know 70 is sort of the standard for Nintendo's games now, which matches the rest of the industry on Switch 2. So it's like, okay, so is Yoshi just $70 and it was always going to be 70 and you're just giving us $10 off on the digital? Or was it actually a $60 release like the last Yoshi game, but you're charging just $10 more? Because of that unknown and it being a new generation, people weren't really sure which way it was because both arguments were sound. Because prior Yoshi games were 60, but also 70 is the new standard. So it makes some sense that they would charge 70. And obviously with this, we kind of got our answer is no, it was going to be it's a $70 game. They're charging $10 less because they're charging 60 for this game and then charging $10 less on the shop. And I think the logic is, I don't think, does anyone here think Splatoon 4 isn't going to be 70?
I think it will be.
I have no idea.
Because of,
I think it will be.
I mean, it's one of their big
all the back end stuff you have to do with online. You know, obviously you can go online with Raiders.
And besides the DLC, all the updates to Splatoon 4 are free. They're free. They're free updates. So, and they support that for years with free updates. And then they also have the paid DLC. So I threw that in there because I think that the reason they're charging less for this is because, and this is the weird thing, it's because it's a spinoff. And I get it. So is Tennis and Yoshi. But those are long-running spinoffs that have kind of established their own sort of long-running franchise of Yoshi games, long-running franchise of Mario Tennis games. This is a first for Splatoon to have its first ever spin. Nintendo doing spinoffs of their games, that's nothing new. See it all the time. Hell, we just had Age of Imprisonment last holiday. That was $70. Kirby Air Riders, was $70. Those are spinoffs. But those are also franchises that have had spinoffs for a very long time. Zelda's had spinoffs for decades, right? Kirby's had spinoffs almost since the first Kirby game. It's been around. They've been doing spinoffs for that franchise for a long time. This is the first for Splatoon. And I think there was some concern that if they charge 70, like they would for Splatoon 4, it would create the same level of expectation that a Splatoon 4 would have put upon it. And I don't think they want that level of expectation. They want you to go, no, Splatoon 4, that's our full enchilada. That's our single-player campaign, our giant multiplayer, our years of support. We're not promising that here. We're not promising any multiplayer besides the co-op stuff, to do the single-player stuff. It is a single-player focused game. Our intent is for you to play this by yourself. And maybe we're not going to have years of content updates or DLC coming to this because we're moving on to Splatoon 4. So we're just putting this out as a solo release without any future content coming. Enjoy, have a good time. This gets us to Splatoon 4. So I think they kind of view it as, we've never done a Splatoon spinoff. We don't know how the appeal of a Splatoon spinoff. Hell, we don't even know the appeal of Splatoon single player on its own without the multiplayer attached. So you know what? We're going to charge a little less and we're just going to see what happens with that. And I think that what we see, at least from the pricing point, is no, Nintendo didn't lie or didn't sugarcoat it, which they could have been lying. We didn't know until now. They're not looking to charge more physically. They're actually legitimately charging less for digital moving forward for Switch 2 exclusives that they publish. I talked about this on a live stream. I thought this was actually kind of a funny point because it's a pro-consumer move to charge less for digital. I wish Sony and Microsoft did the same thing. They don't, right? Most companies don't charge less. We know some indies do, especially on Switch and Switch 2 because the cartridges are expensive, so they charge more for physical. But that's a case where they're charging more for physical. They're not charging you less for digital because that digital price is the same price on all the shops. So they're actually just charging you more for that physical copy. Nintendo setting the precedent that, hey, we're a platform holder, we're going to charge less. It's an extremely pro-consumer move to do that because digital should be cheaper than physical, especially when you're dealing with cartridges. However, it's undeniable why Nintendo's doing it. It's because they want more digital sales than physical sales because physical is costing a shitload of money. A third, gotta remember, this is like a 20 gigabyte game, so like a third of the game's cost physically is the cost of the cartridge for Nintendo to make the fucking cartridge. They would and then there's retail cut on top. Like Nintendo might be only making like $20 off a physical sale of this game. They would make way more off that digital $50 copy. So On the other hand, Nintendo is doing it because it does push consumers more to digital, which does make them more money. So it's kind of a double-edged sword where it is a pro-consumer move, but at the same point, it's also really, really heavily pushing to digital. That's the whole reason you do it. And there's no real way to sugarcoat that. That's the benefit to Nintendo. Get you over to digital. And then that you can argue long haul is actually bad for the consumer. So it's a whole thing. Me as someone that I joked about this because I think this is like how Nintendo could twist this to be pro-consumer all the way through. If you are like, I would say, well, I don't know what Johniibo's thoughts are, but I know the rest of us feel like an all digital future is inevitable someday. Whenever that is. I'm not saying it's tomorrow. Not even say it's 10 years from now. At some point, we're not really going to have physical media for video games. There'll still always be a few floating around, just like there's like vinyls, right? Like there'll always be something floating around for physical, but it's not going to be standard. All right. A lot of us feel that way. Someday. It'll happen probably in my lifetime. So if Nintendo agrees that this is inevitable, then they're just good guy Nintendo because they're setting precedent that all these other companies, when it's all digital only, you should be charging less. Get that $70 shit out of here. $60 tops, baby. That's Nintendo trying to argue we're the good guys. We know all digital is inevitable, and we're trying to set the standards that you should lower price. That's obviously not. They're just trying to make more money. We all know the real reason they're charging less is to make more money and move people more to digital sales. Because they probably thought this move was better for them than moving all their physical games to game key cards, because that might have been an option they considered as well to lower price, to lower costs for them. It's like, hey, we won't lower the price, but we'll just make everything a key card. Well, hey, we're going to get backlash for that. So let's just be a good guy and just make the digital price cheaper and just force more people. Well, it's not really forcing, but encouraging people to buy digital. So yeah, it is what it is. I get what Nintendo's doing. It's undeniable that it is a pro-consumer move in the short term, because they're giving us something for cheaper. And this is Nintendo, and we're not used to them being the leaders of trying to start a new trend, because that's what this is. This is the kind of thing that, if proven successful, you're going to see Sony and Microsoft copy and start knocking $10 off of their digital games and push people even more to digital sales. So
yes. So and you said you don't know my thoughts on it, but I mean I agree with you. I think we're going fully digital. I've been pretty much fully digital since, I don't know, probably 2011 when the Xbox One came out. I have a digital PS5. PC is already, 99.9% digital. Most PCs don't even have a disk drive anymore. So like, and we've seen it even in our lifetimes with, other media, with music and, even movies are going that way. I think it's inevitable. I think Nintendo fans are kind of holding on, like they're like the last crusade, really. Because you don't see, I don't know, maybe the internet's like rotting my brain or something, but like you don't see PlayStation people complaining when PlayStation releases a digital only PlayStation. But like if Nintendo were to release a digital only Switch 2, like people would be losing their minds. They're already losing their minds with game key cards.
Dude, if the Switch 2 Lite is digital only, the internet is going to act like Nintendo's the most evilest son of a bitch. And I'm going to be like, where the fuck were these complaints for the PlayStation 5 all digital and the Xbox Series S? Why is Nintendo the devil for doing what everyone else is doing? But we know that's what's going to happen. They're going to be treated like, they're the Antichrist. They're the ones that brought on the digital future. It's like, fuck, you been paying attention to the whole industry?
Well, to be fair, there's a lot of people who complain about that, but are already all digital players or like love Steam.
Dude, yeah, I know.
Like, their main place to play is Steam Deck,
Yeah, they're like,
they're emulating.
Shit, dude, I fucking dude, you don't own shit. I'm on PC, and look, on PC it's the same thing. Now, obviously on PC, you can like buy like good old games and like actually own the copy that can't be revoked, and then you can burn it to a disc and stuff like that. I totally get that. That's an option on PC. But when I hear people talk about, well, I got it on Steam. Yeah, do you know the Steam has the same policy that they can revoke your license that Nintendo does? Do you bother to read the TOS? Like, is buying digitally there? Is that any safer than buying digitally anywhere else?
Yeah, I think people just, I don't know. I'm not trying to take away, because I know for a fact there's a lot of people who are very passionate about physical media. I'm one of them.
Yeah.
You know, I buy physical whenever I can. I am preparing myself for the digital future. It's coming. It's inevitable. And so I've made exceptions that I used to never make with digital games. But I would still stay pretty pure to, you know, with Switch 2, with the big ones like Zelda and Mario, and, you know, when Fire Emblem drops and Pokemon and all that stuff, I'll still be doing physical. But the tides are changing, you know, and we're I've said it before, but we're kind of dinosaurs, and we do need to prepare, because I really think if you love physical media, support it as much as you can, whenever you can. Just be prepared for the change that's going to come, because newer generations, they just don't care about that sort of thing. They just don't. Kids don't. Kids do not want to have to worry about swapping a disc. That's way too much work for kids today. I know, because I have 3. Changing a cartridge, or the thought of even losing a cartridge, they'd rather have a device. It's like handing, you know, it's like handing someone a Walkman, a little portable CD player, and a stash of CDs. Why? When they could just use their Spotify, you know, or their iTunes music, or their YouTube music, or whatever platform they have. So it's a dying thing. Support it when you can. But I am waiting to see all the complaints from people regarding Splatoon's Raiders pricing, doubling down on Nintendo increase the price of physical games. I am waiting for that response. You guys remember that? wasn't long ago when we found out Yoshi was going to be $10 less digital, and the argument was Nintendo just raised the price on physical games.
Yeah, it's the other way around. It's they're spinning it to be the negative side, because that's what gets clicks, right? Like you see that. I think IGN even released an article saying Nintendo made physical games more expensive. Like you get more clicks on that. It's sad. It's the internet economy.
And there's a lot of sensationalism. Listen, I think it's a good thing. I think this pricing is awesome. I also, like I say all the time, I don't think there's any rules when it comes to Nintendo. So I don't think there is any specific pedigree of game that they're just going to see as these are $70 titles. I think they're probably going to continue to surprise us in the future. I think certain things are going to cost $70 digitally. Certain things are going to cost $60. Certain things are going to cost $50. And I think we're going to end up in the same place as this with random titles down the road. Like classic Star Fox, what's that going to cost? If Nate the Hate's right, what is that? Is that going to be priced like Splatoon Raiders? Is that going to be priced like Yoshi? If this is just another remake of Star Fox 64, does that mean it's less than Splatoon Raiders? You know what I mean?
And do fans in general owe Doug Bowser an apology? Remember how many people bitched about when he talked about variable pricing?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, just an excuse for you to charge $80 games. Dude, we've seen a $10 game. We've seen a $20 game. We've now seen a $60 game that's being charged $50 digitally. We've seen obviously multiple $70 games, one being charged $60 digitally. Like Nintendo is legitimately using more of the price, like to charge different prices for different products.
I mean, to be fair, variable pricing has come with a massive negative notation because of the fact that in most cases, what it is, oh, look, things are in more high demand, so we're just going to increase the price as we're going along right in the middle of sales.
Well, I think that's more like a territorial
No, like
way of saying
like when I can't remember what fast food place was gonna implement variable pricing.
Yeah, but
it's
that's
like, we're just gonna increase the price for the same thing in the middle of the freaking day.
That's different. That's a different type of variable price.
That's what I think a lot of people, with variable pricing, that's what they think of.
I wasn't thinking of that because I've never seen that actually happen to anywhere I've been in life. I know I've heard about the fast food restaurant that was going to do it, but I'm like, okay, well, that's like the first time I've ever heard of it. So how can that be considered the standard?
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I am ready. My body is ready for RNG pricing. It's going to be the new thing next gen. RNG pricing.
No, wasn't it? Wait, no.
Randomly generated.
No, this exact thing. Okay, hold on. Somebody has to. Am I crazy? I thought I saw a headline about this. It was either Sony or Microsoft.
PlayStation was doing it. They were charging different prices for the same game.
For the same game, depending on
no
like,
way.
What you play in your library and shit. Like
Yeah.
if you're like
Spawnwave posted
Souls
about it.
games, heavily into Souls games, you're going to get charged more for the next Souls game than someone who's never played it before.
Yeah, so that's variable pricing.
Yeah,
Well,
is that actually happening, or is that am I just imagining?
No, part of it. The last thing you said is something you just came up with. That's we don't know the formula of how it works. If you don't like Souls games, they'll give it to you cheaper. We don't know that, obviously.
What's the actual story?
There isn't. It's going to remain proprietary, dude. They're not going to tell you what's in the sauce. They're not going to tell you why some person gets it for less and some gets it for more.
What is the story? I only read headlines.
Spawnwave posted about it, saying that he had pulled up a game. It was the Metro collection on PlayStation, and
the new one?
It was one price, and then when he went to log in to then purchase it, it was a different price. It went up a few dollars. It was like $6.99 or $5.99, and it went up to $7 or $8.99. Obviously, still an absolute steal, but
that's still bullshit. Yeah, though.
Yeah.
So they're calling it dynamic pricing.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Sorry, that's what I meant by variable pricing, dynamic pricing. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is AI. It says where prices and discounts for games vary between users based on factors like account history, location, and behavior.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I thought when I read behavior, I'm like, well, behavior would be what have you play.
Mm-hmm.
Location, I could see a company doing. I could see a company.
Well, they already.
They
kind of already do it. Location. It's
right, but like in California, I'm in California. It's minimum wage is higher here than a lot of states around the nation. But the pricing of physical games remains the same. That'll be why but I could see them being like, oh, well, minimum wage is higher in California. So
they do that,
charge like $3 or $4 more bucks.
They do that for like groceries.
So
like
apparently
in a higher income area gets their
gets more
higher.
expensive, yeah. Same with gas prices. What's interesting here, I was reading about this. So this is actually a lot of fans have been digging into this whole dynamic scaling thing. That PlayStation's doing, because they're actually doing this right now, guys. It's currently going on. Mm-hmm. This is not, by the way, the same thing that Nintendo.
I just paid $90 for a game. Was that like dynamic pricing? Is that?
Well,
they need to they need to brand it so it sounds a little bit cooler than dynamic pricing. Well, they need to call it immersive pricing. So way you're immersed in the shopping experience more so than before.
Basically, the idea is that games have their standard retail price. But they could be possibly discounted per user up to 27.8% was figured out of people looking at the whole, all the dynamic changes, all the different territories. That's the highest percentage discount off of the retail price is 27.8 that they've been able to find. And that was tested on over 190 games in 70 plus regions, including the US. And PlayStation's apparently they started doing this 4 months ago. So this isn't new.
This is new.
It just didn't make headlines because they just kind of did it and didn't say anything, which is also kind of shit.
I mean, how can you tell though? Like, how would you be able to catch it if somebody didn't?
Well, like Spawnwave, the way that he caught it, he wasn't logged in, saw a price, logged in, got a different price. But like most users wouldn't see that; they wouldn't even know this is happening. which is kind of shady as fuck for a users to not
Nintendo's the
realize that
worst.
you're being charged more than like your next door fucking neighbor might be making might get charged less for a game than you. That's fucking weird.
What was it? Just temporary? Did they just do it as a little trial thing to see?
They've been doing it since November, and they're
so it's still happening.
Still active right now. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
So a lot of fans have dug into this. I'm reading on this really detailed article that's off of PS Prices website where they check they keep track of all the prices. And they said, what is this? So like one of the games that was like GTA 5 was cheaper for one user when they were logged in versus logged out.
Who doesn't have that game?
I mean, lots of people don't. I know we joke about like how big that game is. Yeah, it's 200 million sales across like 1 billion devices. Like, yeah, Sony does make up a huge chunk of the online revenue for them, though. They remember that leak. They had that financial leak. We found out that they're making like $1 million a day or some crazy shit off of this fucking GTA Online. It's kind of crazy. Anyways, okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was just thinking of the Sony things. I saw the headlines. I didn't dig into it to now because that's dynamic pricing, whereas Nintendo's doing variable pricing, which is basically we decide the price of each game on a game by game basis. That's really all that means. And they've surprisingly done it. And yeah, Johniibo and others have brought up earlier, like not having explanations for like why tennis is 70 and this is 60 physical, 50 digital. It is kind of weird. Like, what is the reasoning? They're both spin-offs. And I mentioned that one's a longer running franchise, but like it looks like Splatoon Raiders has way more content.
I've talked about this before.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Weird.
I feel like Stash touched on this.
I did, like in detail.
Yeah.
And I could tell you exactly what it is. It's maintaining the IP value,
Server.
guys. It's consumer perception and consumer expectations for pricing. Okay, that's all it is. That's why Mario Tennis is 70. It's Mario. You have to maintain the IP value. This is why Mario Galaxy 1+2 HD was $70.
So why would they want to lower
great
the value
detail
of
about
Splatoon?
that? What?
Why would they want to lower the value of Splatoon then, when that's a 15+ million seller for them?
Well, we're gonna have to find out, right?
That's the thing that's confusing.
Well,
Is like it doesn't seem to like why would they ruin the value of one of their best-selling IP?
I think there's an online element to it
True.
too. While you can play locally and online with a couple other people, it's not the same as maintaining servers for competitive online matches, which is an extra cost. So I think that could be a factor in there too. I don't know all
Always a
the ins and
factor.
outs of that sort of stuff. I'm not big on the techie side or development side as some other people, but I do feel like online servers and maintaining that is an extra cost.
By the way, I'm not saying charge more for the game, Nintendo. I'm very happy with this price. Let's keep seeing some prices all over the place. I like this.
I mean, it'd be nice to just have some guidelines. Like, this is the type of game we're going to do this for, or, we may not stick exactly to it, but, just some sort of guidelines.
Well, even then, like if you said they're not going to stick exactly to it, then what's the point of the guidelines? Like, I also say this, and I'm just maybe this is just a wild thought. I just don't give a fuck. Like, charge what you're going to charge. I decide if I want to buy it. Like, I don't need to like Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. Is it going to be 70 or is it going to be 60 or is it going to be 50 digitally? I don't know, but that's not going to be what determines if I buy it anyways. It's going to be am I excited and think it's worth my money. 60 or 70. Look, that probably won't make a difference for me on Fire Emblem. I'm going to be watching the trailers and deciding from that, if I'm going to pick it up. And I'm pretty confident I will because I've enjoyed all the prior Fire Emblems, even Engage. But
I mean, I get it. I get why people would care. I mean, gaming is expensive, right? You have to not everybody can. I think there's a statistic out there that the average person buys like 2 games a year,
probably.
So like you have to weigh like, do I want to spend 70 on Mario Tennis and then I can't get Splatoon, or do I get Splatoon and then get Dragon Drive for some reason?
Or take advantage of a deal at Newegg right now to get $4 $50 eShop gift cards for $170.
Or go to Costco.
Costco as well has discounts on the eShop gift cards. Then you're getting everything cheaper anyway. So you're getting the discount plus the eShop card discount.
The $30 Pokemon.
Yeah, the $30
Riders.
if they're still in stock.
Metroid Prime. Those games must have flopped. I guess those games flopped, right? Like they didn't sell well. Pokemon only sold 12 million copies.
Oh my god! All right, you literally spend too much time responding to like Nintendine and shit, man. We gotta get you off the Nintendine kick over there. You're making his points for him doing that shit.
The joke was people are saying those games flop because why would they be discounted to $30 right now?
I know people actually said it though, like it was a legitimate thing. They're panic selling because they couldn't sell. I'm like, just shut up, dude.
I mean, Costco probably is trying to offload their inventory, but that doesn't mean overall.
Just tell me you don't know how Costco runs without telling me. They do this on a bunch of shit. Like, is PlayStation 5 in trouble because was it the last Gran Turismo game? They also did the same thing too and charged $30. Like, Costco does this all the time because Costco has a rotating inventory. They're trying to always keep things fresh in there. So when the members come in, because it's a membership place, there's something new in the store every single time you go. Every week you go, there's something new in the store. How do you think they're able to do that? It's not because they're able to sell everything that's in the store at the MSRP price. Sometimes they fire sale, get it the fuck out. Like, let's say they want to bring new games in, right? Let's say they want some newer Switch 2 games. They want Yoshi coming up in there. They want Tamagotchi Life in there that just came out last month or last week. Like, they want these games. Well, we got to get rid of the old inventory first. So mass discount it, then we'll bring in the new ones. Like, this is just what Costco does. It's not new. And to explain how this is not like because it's not selling well, not every Costco is offering the discount. It's all localized depending on who needs to get the inventory out of their fucking store.
Walmart does the same thing all the time. People will post on X or like they'll have like Switch Reddit groups, right? And they'll post pictures of their clearance section. I usually see it on X.
Yeah.
And they'll post pictures of their Target clearance, and then someone will be like, I went to mine and they don't have any of those on sale. This is like so normal.
Yeah.
Like, what planet are you living on that you don't know this?
Yeah, it's like you noticed the one game that wasn't on a massive discount that was in there. Oh, it was Mario Tennis, and that's the only one that they're talking about that actually released this year. It's all the games that are on sale were last year's games.
I think, guys, that like Mario, Zelda, that's going to be obviously on that, always going to be on the high end tier. And we talked about this. We did a whole podcast on this. Mm-hmm. We talked about each IP and what we think it's going to cost.
Yeah.
So everything's unfolding the way it should.
No, I get it. I mean, it's the Mario tax. I get it. It's not like
Mario tax, Zelda tax.
I do understand like the overall concept of it. I don't know about Yoshi being 70 or 60, whatever it is, but like we're having Rhythm Heaven coming out in July as well. And I think that's 40. July. Yeah, that game's 40.
To be fair, it's also just a Switch 1 game. It's not a Switch.
Yeah, but Tamagotchi Life just came out, and that's 60. So it's like,
sure, Tamagotchi.
I don't know. What are you doing? Like Tamagotchi Life is high.
Tamagotchi Life sold 7 million copies on 3DS.
Yeah, I know. I understand. I get that. Seller. But like, I wish they would just say that. Like, our heavy hitter sellers are gonna be 70.
I mean,
our spinoffs are gonna be 40 or 50.
Then they're locking themselves into something that they don't want to be locked into.
Guys, do you think it's possible that they're also obviously variable pricing to this degree is new for Nintendo? Obviously, there's been to some degree variable pricing with titles, but to this degree, it's pretty new for them. Do you think there's an element of experimentation here as well to see kind of how the market reacts to it?
Yes,
because they do have all the data on this stuff. So I gotta assume that part of this is them just kind of learning the market right now.
Yeah. If you announce it, everyone will hold you to it, and now you've given the consumer an expectation. And if you don't meet the expectation, so if you release the next game and you want to price it higher, people will throw a fit and they'll go into chronic complainer mode. So you just don't even say anything about it. Just like with Sony, you don't say anything about the dynamic pricing. Tell everyone to F off. It's none of your business. You don't have to say anything.
I really don't think we're going to see an $80 game.
I will say, though, with the dynamic pricing, and I'm very curious on this front, and this is obviously something we're not going to know for a while. I wonder if in certain countries people might challenge if it's actually legal to do that. Is it legal to charge your customer on the same shop? So we're not talking about going to different stores in different territories. The same shop, a different price than the person right next to them when you're both buying it brand new. I think there is some precedent there to maybe challenge it legally, to be like, is this even legal? Can they do this? Can they come into my house with the only shop available on their whole thing and change the price just because I bought a prior game in the franchise?
I'd be shocked if the legal department didn't look into this before it was greenlit. Absolutely,
I'm
shocked.
sure.
I don't know that Sony ever went to get greenlit. They said their store, we do what we want. Remember, they didn't announce
No,
this.
I know, but when you're making internal decisions like this, the legal department will review it. Your internal
you
legal
don't just
department. There's no
you
way
don't
in hell
wing
they
it
did
and
that.
you don't just wing it and risk a massive lawsuit.
Yeah, but here's the thing: they're probably going to make more money doing this than what they'll pay out in a lawsuit. So it's probably going to be beneficial for them in the long run.
The thing is, I don't think they are the ones that get sued. I don't think that's what happens. I think this is an EU issue. EU believes heavily in consumer protections. Look at the changes that have been forced because of them. Apple is now all USB-C because of Europe.
I think it's more of a thing that, like, I feel I'm leaning with Stash on this one, that this is something that their legal team has already thoroughly researched before implementation.
Yeah, that
and
doesn't
if
matter.
anything,
Make a new law.
But if anything, a new law, that's different. If they decide, you know what, this is
Europe made a new law.
unethical.
Yeah.
If they, that's a whole other thing. If it gets decided at a later time that actually this is unethical, we need to change the laws to reflect that. But yeah, I'm sure they vetted everything. I mean, hey, look at, you could go to the same franchise gas station in a different town and pay, a difference in per gallon. You could pay more for gas from the same company just because the station's right off the freeway.
But there's a difference in that. You're going to a different gas station. You're not going to a different store. It's the same store. Everyone's at the same store. In the same country, when you're in one country, it's the same store for everyone. But we're deciding what we're charging you based on all these external variables. You know what I'd like them to decide what they can charge me on? How about on my paycheck? How about you look at what I get paid? I'll give you bank access. Look at what my paychecks are, then decide what you could charge me for fucking video games. Charge what I can afford, damn it. I got no problem. Someone making $7.25, you want to charge them $20 for their $70 game? I don't even fucking care, man. Like, dude, that guy is surviving off fucking ramen noodles, not even with water, eating them dry. All right? I'm cool if you want to charge him $20 for your $70 game. But no, it's one of those things that I do wonder, because Europe's the place where, like, they push back on a lot of this stuff. All the age ratings have changed on mobile apps because of gacha mechanics. Why? Because Europe made a new law that said, no, that shit's for adults, not children. And it's been, like, very consistent in Europe. Like, anything that comes up that they view as anti-consumer, like, yeah, their legal department to go through, oh, this isn't legal now. Like, no, but that doesn't matter. If it's ever determined that it's anti-consumer, Europe might check them. But we'll see. Like, Stop Killing Games is an attempt to check companies being able to shut down games like Concord out of fucking nowhere. Like, hey, why do you get to do that? We spent money on this. Why do you get to just jack it away from us without warning? When we bought the product, you didn't tell us we only get 2 weeks of support. And it's not just about that. It's obviously for other online games that get taken offline without any warnings. And even if there are warnings, there's no ample way to allow like the people to keep playing it by opening it up and let them host their own servers. That's been a solution floated out there. Like, hey, if you're not going to host the servers anymore anyways, all you got to do is let people host their own servers. Problem solved. People do it all the time on PC. They hack things anyways, but for a console, you're kind of fucked for the most part. So that's what the Stop Killing Games is trying to get taken care of. Is it going to work? I have no idea. I mean, they're doing proceedings right now. I've been paying attention to it a little bit because usually, guys, what happens in Europe just gets adapted worldwide, just to avoid further litigation and policy changes, which could end up wrapping other things into those policy changes that you don't like. That said, I'm good on the pricing, Todd. Are we ready to move on to our next topic? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, Birdman's not here, so I guess I'll go. And let's go with another kind of a, you know what, actually, let's save that one. So we're going to be going over fans are suing Nintendo. I think it's an interesting conversation. We'll talk about that one and go over the original source on it. But before we do that topic, actually, let's do the thoughts on Tamagotchi Life, sort of the 1 week review. Now, I know I didn't play it, but I know GameBird said he did. Johniibo said he did. So we at least got a couple people who played Tamagotchi Life, which is a big deal because the game seems to be selling really well, which shouldn't shock anyone if you paid attention to the original. So like in Japan, what is it, in France? 70,000 units physically moved in France last week. Just in France? Are you kidding me? That's insane. It's the largest launch of the year in France. I don't know about other territories because we don't have sales data in yet. We'll have the Japanese sales data tomorrow to see how well it's doing in Japan. But obviously, this is a really big deal. 13 years to get this sequel. So, does it hold up? Is it worthwhile? Let's obviously go over to Johniibo here who played it. What are your thoughts on Tamagotchi Life Living the Dream?
So I never played the 3DS game. I saw clips and everything, but I really didn't know what to expect. And I'm, close to 40 now. I didn't think that this was up my alley, but when I play it, it's just so weird and bizarre and amazing, like all at the same time. It's like I made, I think, 7 Miis so far. I made me, my partner, Darth Vader, Spock, Zelda, Princess Zelda, and Mario. And I'm not even doing the face paint feature where people are doing like the highly detailed me faces, which I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know if people are hacking their. I know some people are hacking their switches to do certain things, like putting pictures in, or just getting things in there that shouldn't be in there. I have not done that, but I've been loving it. Just playing it, making Mii's the old school way, like you did on the Wii. My Darth Vader looks terrible, but it's funny. But yeah, I mean, I understand why people love this game, and you could see on the internet and all across social media, like the very creative things that people do, and it makes more people want to get this game and try to do those things themselves. I'm not as creative as a lot of these people, but they're like, I don't even know how to explain some of the things people are doing. There is no filter in the game. You could have your Mii's say whatever you want. You could have your town named whatever you want. You could have your Mii's talk about whatever you want them to talk about. There's no filter. And because there's no filter, there's no sharing, which is a little bit of a downside. But we all have cell phones now, and we have capture cards, and we can, in this era, it's really easy to share things. So it's so weird, but like in the best way possible. So I get it. I understand why people love these games in this series and why people are picking it up the way they are.
Yeah. What's the craziest thing you've had happen?
So I have me and my partner Mies in there, and we are living together in the game, but Darth Vader is trying to make a move on my partner. He's telling me that he wants to confess his love to my partner, and then also he wants to move in with my partner. And I'm like, bro, what are you doing?
Making a move.
Yeah, he's trying to make a move, and I keep saying no, and he keeps trying to make a move.
You don't see a ring on that finger?
Exactly. And we moved in together before we were even technically dating in the game, which was kind of weird. I don't know why you would move in with somebody.
Not even dating.
But you can make like town lingo. So I have Gandalf in there, and we talk about Lord of the Rings. And everybody talks about how they love the Lord of the Rings. And I also there's a question where they ask you like what do you think you can win a competition at? And I put tax return preparation, but now everybody else is saying that they're better at preparing tax returns than I am. So you can do whatever you want in this game. It's great. I get it. I understand it. I understand it now.
I understand it now. There it is. Oh man. So Birdman, man, what's been your general thoughts on Tamagotchi Life? You guys are our resident Tamagotchi Life players here, so.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot that Johniibo said. I'm loving it. Generally not my type of game. My daughter was super excited for this release, so we've both been playing it, side by side and sharing our Miis with each other and just having a lot of laughs. I've made my wife and my kids on the island, and it's pretty cool because you could set like the parameters. Like when I made my wife, you could put in that like, these two are partners, and it won't start you as husband and wife or boyfriend and girlfriend, but will encourage the game to lead towards that direction for you guys to kind of fall for each other, essentially, which is pretty fun. And like Johniibo said, weird love triangles can start to happen on the island, which just adds to the quirkiness and the weirdness. And I think what's cool about Tamagotchi Life is it represents like the weird side of Nintendo and the weird side of Japanese game development that I've loved my whole life. Games like this, games like WarioWare, where you have mini games of like, plucking nostril hairs and shaving armpits, really quick to a timer, or games like Katamari that are really weird, or even Yakuza, a series that I love so much. So like Tamagotchi is a full embrace of the weird side of Japanese game making, and I love everything about it. On my island, I've got me, my wife, my kids. I've got Pee-wee Herman was the first non-family member that I added to the island, which has been hilarious with all the weird quirks. The way, as you level up your villagers or islanders or whatever you want to call them, your city folk, you can give them unique quirks like how they start sentences or end sentences or things that they might say in their sleep while they're dreaming, or the way they walk or the way they stand. So everyone on my island walks with a different walk. Pee-wee Herman has like swagger, like he swings his hips and his arms and stuff when he walks, and he walks at like a higher pace. So he's just like going around the island like this. And I've got, who else do I have on the island? I have Beavis and Butthead on the island. And I have it to where they're like not becoming friends with anyone on the island. So they treat everyone like crap except for each other. Which is really funny to watch unfold. I also made Gollum from Lord of the Rings. And and he ends every sentence in "my precious," and I've made him as creepy and as weird as possible. But yeah, again, this is a testament of exactly what I love about classic Japanese game development, and it's really just about all these weird scenarios that unfold. There's really not much to the game outside of designing your Miis and doing a little bit of like, terraforming and island designing. Really, it's just a fun sim where you can watch these interactions unfold, and it will have you smiling from ear to ear. It gets weirder and weirder and weirder, and just when you think it won't get weirder than this, it gets weirder than that. And it's from the characters interacting, or a character having a dream and you entering their dream to see what they're dreaming about. Really fun stuff. There's even some little mini games here, and it's fun. Like, you might spend a ton of money on outfits for all your characters, and then you give a character a new pair of shoes and it throws them into depression because they absolutely hate the shoes. Oh, and you're a deity too. Like, they all address you. You choose a name that you, as like the creator, are spoken to as. So, you can go full narcissism there, depending on who you are. But
yeah, they call me Your Majesty every time.
Yep. And my daughter and I, we've sent Miis over to each other, and when you send a Mii in multiplayer, it'll have their voice, their personality, their traits, their outfit. So it's not just a blank slate. It's like the actual character is getting copied to your world, which is really neat. I do wish there was more to the multiplayer, because I think if there was a way for someone else to interact in your world, I think there could be something really cool there with online play. But no, it's really good. And it's very surprising. Last week we talked about our fantasy critic, and I'm sitting here in a world where one of my most anticipated games of the year that I thought was going to score really well has settled on a 78. The game I'm talking about is replaced, and Tomodachi Life is now settled at an 80 on Open Critic. What a wild world. But you know what? All power to it. I'm really excited to see things like this exist. I think this is good for the industry. I think it's good for humor and creativity. And it just makes me think about when Sony kind of cut off a lot of its Japanese studios, made me really sad as someone who appreciates this weird side of game development. So to see a game like this thrive and do well, really, really cool. I hope it sells, and it's going to be so much more interesting. It's going to be so much more interesting now in a world where like social media is so much bigger now. It's like such a huge part of people's lives. So, I don't know about you, John, but the number of clips that I have, because if you guys hold that record button for like a few seconds, it records the last 30 seconds of gameplay. The number of moments that I've like, oh my God, I've got to capture that. That's too good. I've got to show that. Oh, and I haven't done it yet, but I will be adding the entire podcast crew to my island. Just so you know, there will be a version of all three of you guys on Big Dumb Bird Island.
Yeah, I didn't know you could. I guess I didn't try. I didn't know you could capture using the capture.
You just can't send it to your phone.
You can't share it. I think you can't share it.
Yeah.
So I do have a bunch of stuff on my phone that I just recorded like off screen on my phone because I thought it was funny. But yeah, there's so many moments like that where you're just like, oh, this is too weird that I need to record it and need to show somebody. I unfortunately don't have like somebody that will play with me in my house. So like I won't be able to share Mii's to another island or receive Mii's from another island. That was a little bit disappointing for not having those features, or even having, I think the original one, you could share a QR code and then you could just scan in a QR code and that Mii will be there, and they don't have that feature. And I mean, I get it. I understand it's the TTP concept I don't know if you know what that is, but it's time to phallic object. And I could tell that it would be immediate. It was probably immediate. I mean, I'm sure I've seen stuff online that like it's definitely inappropriate that Nintendo would not want to have on their servers. Like,
so basically a Tears of the Kingdom situation.
Exactly.
You just know Nintendo was seething over
But
all
this
that.
one's even harder to monitor because there are no filters. You could do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want.
It'll ask, what do you want to, like, if you're trying to become friends with another character on the island, it'll ask what you want to talk about. You can literally write anything. It doesn't matter how graphic it is. I've tested it out, so I know.
Birdman,
they'll say it too. Like, it's not like it's just text. They will say it.
Did you play the original GameBird on 3DS?
Very little, but yes. Yeah, very little.
Yeah, I bring that up because one of the features that I know I've seen people complain about, because I haven't really, well, I played the original. I didn't play this one, is that they didn't bring back like the ability to make your own songs. Because that was hilarious in the original.
Yeah. I feel like this is one that I hope they go the route of like Splatoon and Animal Crossing, where they do special updates and it's kind of like this ever-growing world. You know, they do the holiday stuff. Like, I hope there's more to come with this. You know, they could add festivals, like, you know, holiday festivals that come to your island, and you know, they can do that's something that they could definitely bring back, where you could create your music. I hope that happens. I'm not aware of any plans for added content down the road or special events, but I feel like it would work really well in Tamagotchi. If anyone knows of any mention of that, let me know. I haven't heard anything personally.
It's also really cool to see what the people online are doing. Like, I'm sure the people that are in the chat that have played, they probably have a completely different experience than we've had. And that's what makes this game so special. I've seen people just make Pokemon. They just like draw a Pokemon as pets. So they're like catching Pokemon on their island. And I don't know, it's very fascinating. I think it is selling really well already.
Yeah, well, the Japanese numbers tomorrow, those will probably be really big.
I know the France numbers, like you said, were big,
massive, huge numbers in France.
When I went to
it's
pick
on
that
Switch 1, so like that audience is still big.
When I went to pick up the game, because I got it physically, like I said earlier, I support physical until I can't anymore. But I went to Target first. That's usually where I'll grab games, just so close to me. Target was sold out. They didn't have any copies. So then Best Buy's right next door. I went to Best Buy. Best Buy was sold out as well. Then I went to GameStop. GameStop had it. So, I mean, I don't know what their, allocated stock was at those stores of Tamagotchi. It is a big seller, but it also feels like kind of a niche title as well. Very weird. But it's always a good sign when they're like, "Oh yeah, we're all out. We ran out already." On launch day, it's always a good sign. So,
yeah, be very curious what the numbers are on this. We're not going to hear numbers from Nintendo for this, guys, until unless it's setting like some sort of records, then they'll say something this week. But otherwise, I don't think we'll hear anything until not the next financial meeting, the one after. That's for this fiscal quarter. That's when we'll get the official.
They might put something in there in the.
Yeah, it's if it's doing
for the fiscal year.
Yeah, I just don't think they will, because it didn't launch in the fiscal year. It launched in the new fiscal year. It's April now, so new fiscal year for Nintendo. So like this May fiscal year update should be just for everything through March. Shouldn't include anything from April. And by the way, that doesn't mean they won't shout it out. Sometimes they have like extra news, or they'll try to hype people up for the future, and they'll be like, "Hey, Tamagotchi Life is already like a multi-million seller." Blah blah blah. Sometimes they do stuff like that.
Do you guys think this one breaks 10 mil?
Yes.
I think so. What the one on 3DS was like 7, right?
Yep. And that was their worst
a big
selling
deal
handheld ever was 3DS, which is crazy to think because it sold 75 million. But
and we had 150 switches out there, and
and Switch
20
20
Switch 2s. So like, I think I feel like it's really hard to break 10 right now. For
the question is, will it have legs? Does it have legs beyond this month? If it's got a little evergreenness to it, then I think it can hit 10 mil before the end of the year. If it doesn't, and it's really just going to be this first month pop, everyone that wants it's buying it now, I think it probably settles more like 5 to 6. But I think there'll be a little evergreenness to it. One, because I think Nintendo will keep it promoted on the Switch 1 eShop for a bit. And two, I think it'll be one of the last couple of releases Nintendo has for Switch 1. So I think that'll also lead it to be featured on the Switch 1 eShop for a much longer period of time than usual.
I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, do the seasonal updates, have a segment in the middle of a direct where it cuts to like the me of like, one of the Nintendo people. Yeah, doing the like little breaking news.
The me news.
It's super weird and off-putting. Yeah. Announce like a special event coming. Bunch of new clothes, outfits, all that good stuff.
Here's Mohr is getting rejected by a third woman.
Yep.
Fucking Hugh Morris. He's gonna live down in infamy, man. Loves one chick, fucking 2 minutes later is in love with a completely different one. All right, Hugh. Everyone, and by the way, wasn't he the one on the Ferris wheel that all 3 women wanted him? Or fighting over him?
Something like that, yeah, I think so.
Who are you gonna pick? You. Anyways, yeah. Look, does anyone else have any questions for this game? I'm not really into this kind of game, but I know that there's a lot of people in the audience I see talking about it that have been playing it. So this is like the one time we're gonna be talking about it, unless there's like a huge update in the future.
Yeah, why not Chewbacca? Come on, guys. Chewbacca's like
I was trying to spread out my IP.
Oh, okay.
Also, I have to have women. I feel I need to add more women to my island because right now I have like 6 dudes and 2 women.
So Princess Leia, get her added in. Oh man.
Well, I can't have. Oh yeah, I guess. Well, you could like GameBird was saying, you could tell them who is related to who. So like I have Darth Vader, so I could say that Leia is the daughter of Darth Vader.
Just
so nothing weird happens.
You never know what's in the hookup. You turn to your island, dude. Why is Vader and Leia getting whoopee on?
Why is Vader a man whore?
I will say one last comment. Like, it is genuinely funny. Like, I find myself actually laughing out loud for the dialogue, not just the stuff that I put in there, but like the me news is funny. They do these interviews with the me's, and they're like, why are you talking to me? I don't know what I'm doing here. It's just like, it's the kind of humor that I enjoy.
There goes Vader waving around his saber again.
Does he call the saber the Schwartz? Though?
Yeah, right.
It's the Schwartz.
It's the shorts.
Oh, there's a new one of that coming out, isn't there?
Yes, there is. There's a new Spaceballs coming. Yep.
Spaceballs, the new one.
Yeah, the new one.
Yeah, Spaceballs, the new one.
The old one, but new. Words right out of Mel Brooks' mouth.
Yep. Can't wait for that. It's gonna be great. Okay, so no one else has any other questions for Tomodachi Life? It's kind of a hard game to describe. It's just you're living life and funky things fucking happen all the time. All right. Well, let's get to the next topic then. We're going to talk about some gamers suing Nintendo. Legit, straight up, gamers are going after Nintendo. This is an article that was published by Stefan Totillo on his own website, GameFile. And it said, gamers sued Nintendo over tariffs, refunds, saying consumers should get the money back. And it's a good thing we're doing this now because there's been an update to the story as well since the original post. So just to kind of read and just do the full rundown, since this is the originating source here. Two gamers have filed a class action lawsuit against Nintendo, alleging that the company will be unjustly enriching itself with any refund it secures from the U.S. government over widespread tariffs last year, among other things, hiked prices of Nintendo hardware and accessories. It says, unless restrained by this court, Nintendo stands to recover the same tariff payments twice, once from consumers through higher prices, again from the federal government through the tariff refunds, including interest paid by the government on those funds, the suit says. Nintendo sued the U.S. government to secure a tariff refund in March after the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs a month prior, saying they were illegally implemented by President Donald Trump. The gamers who have sued, California-based Gregory Hoffert and Washington-based Prashant Sharon, both say they purchased Nintendo goods that had increased in price due to tariffs, according to the complaint. They filed their suit in the Western District Court of Nintendo of America's home state of Washington and are seeking a class action status to represent all people in the U.S. who purchased price hike Nintendo goods between February 1st, 2025 and February 24th, 2026. If you guys wonder why the cutoff date is when it is for those that are just catching wind of this story, it's because there's new tariffs this year under a completely different law. And so that's like when it switched to that other law. So like the tariffs didn't really go away. They just moved it to a different law. But all the prior money that the U.S. government gathered from tariffs under the old law was technically gathered illegally. So that's all getting refunded. That's kind of what's going on here. And they're saying, fans here are saying the refund should go to consumers. They shouldn't go to the companies. That's the argument. All right. So there's been similar class action lawsuits pressing companies to pass on tariff refunds. There's one currently right now against FedEx, UPS, and an eyeglass importer, Essilor Luxottica. I don't know. I've never heard of that brand for eyeglasses, but either way. So there's already other lawsuits going on just like this. The tariffs were announced in early April, and by mid-month, Nintendo had announced a $5 price increase for controllers for Switch 2. In August, it raised the price of the original Switch. In the suit, the gamers cite comments from Nintendo executives connecting tariffs to price increases. In May 2025, a month after the tariffs were imposed, Nintendo CEO Shintaro Furukawa told investors, our basic policy is that for any country or region, if tariffs are imposed, we recognize them as part of the cost and incorporate them into the price. Nintendo's March lawsuit, along with tariff recovery suits from hundreds of other companies, was immediately put on hold pending the implementation of a refund system. The U.S. government announced that they are beginning the refunds. They announced it earlier this week. Companies could receive as much as $160 billion. In March of 2026, after Nintendo filed its lawsuit to recover the tariffs, I asked the company if they plan to pass the refund on to consumers who paid increased prices. The company's response acknowledged the existence of the lawsuit, but avoided answering the question by just simply stating, we can confirm that we filed the request. We have nothing else to share on this topic. Even a promise to consumers may not have spared Nintendo this week's lawsuit, as FedEx previously promised to pass its tariff refunds to consumers, but they're being sued anyways. And then there was an update, and not the update you see on screen from Pokemon Fan. I'm not sure on that one, because since Paul Gale's married with children, that's a little strange to see there. But hey, it is what it is. Whatever fantasy you want to have on your island, you're welcome to have, Pokemon Fan. Anyways, so apparently Stefan Dittillo asked Don McGowan, a former chief legal officer for the Pokemon Company, who now runs a consultancy called Extreme Grown Up Services, what he made of the class action suit. His take: I have exceptional difficulty seeing how this is a valid lawsuit. There's nothing distinct between raising prices because of tariffs and raising prices because you just want to make more money. There's no legal obligation to keep your margins low. Nintendo didn't receive tariff funds as a fiduciary or with any legal obligation to return them to the consumer. He added that he was sympathetic to the plaintiffs, who he thinks may not realize that to him, they don't have a case. I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'll go last. Who wants to talk about this first? Because this is interesting. What are we thinking about this lawsuit? Let's go. Let's have Eric go first, man. What are you thinking on this, Eric?
Man, it's just a fucked up situation. It is all it is. I don't know. I can see both directions. It sucks. I hate it.
Do Do you think the lawsuit's gonna
Probably
work?
not, just because of how shit works. It's all company. Yay. So
Okay. All right. Short and brief.
uh-huh.
Stash looked like you wanted to talk on this one. You got some thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's stupid. I think they're gonna lose their ass off. So, maybe where do you even start? How stupid this is.
I knew you were gonna say this. So I'm like, dude, just pop off. Let's go.
So, Nintendo didn't charge anyone a tariff fee, right? They never said we're charging you a tariff fee, ever. They adjusted prices based on increased cost, like any business would, like everyone at the grocery store did. All of the groceries went up in price. Think we're gonna get a refund on that from Fritos and from Cheetos and from Pepsi? No, dude. Get the fuck out of here. This is so stupid. Like literally so stupid. But it's amusing because I'm always talking about how we're living in idiocracy. Like the movie, and yeah,
we're not watering the plant for Gatorade yet.
Yeah, but you know,
Need the electrolytes.
I'm seeing it play out. So like it's amusing from that standpoint. It's like another way it's amusing when it comes to these sort of things is when someone thinks that they can like steal games from Nintendo. You know what I mean? And not get in trouble for it. Like we saw that guy who was telling Nintendo to bring it on and that you have nothing on me in court. We all remember him from like a year ago.
The Nintendo fucking destroyed it.
Yeah, like I love that because it's like you're so stupid, dude. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, to tell a multi-billion-dollar corporation, you ain't got shit on me. Oh, really? Here's all the receipts. You're fucked. Now you owe us lots of money. Have a good day.
Yeah, like, look, fact of the matter is, like, once you buy the product, the transaction's done. There's no legal requirement that says if costs go down later, that you must refund the customers. Nintendo never said that they were going to do that.
Yeah, at least FedEx technically did say it. That adds a little more beef to that lawsuit because they did say, I looked it up, they did say it out loud. So there's a little extra beef with that one because they did make a promise.
Yeah, exactly. They made that promise. And there's a little extra to that now. Now I wouldn't say
whether or not they're going to win that. Yeah.
Yeah. They might,
but it's worth doing
some sort of settlement
because they said it publicly. It's like, okay, yeah, if they haven't done it, then yeah, okay, you should hold them to their word. That is something you might be able to do something about legally. I don't. This Nintendo thing, I don't know that.
Well, if you can afford to do something legally.
Well, I mean, yeah, technically the lawsuit already exists,
that's the whole. Yeah,
but.
Yeah, but look, man, let's say hypothetically this case went through. That means everyone's going to get a refund on everything that they purchased because of tariffs. So anytime prices went up, now these companies someone's going to try and sue them.
Yeah, it's a bit silly. And the only thing that went up post tariffs was the cost of accessories, correct? I mean, was there anything else other than I know the Pro controller. Okay, so these people bought a Switch One
or accessories,
okay, so they just want their $5 back. The accessories went up like $3 to $5. They just want $5 back. That's it.
Well,
they're suing for $5.
They bought
how
a Switch One
cost?
A little more. It's a little more.
What?
Than that.
This is
$50?
This is how stupid this is.
$50?
Yeah, and never mind that after the lawsuit. Let's say
I don't think that's the point, though, right?
Do they still have their receipt?
I understand. Like it's these two people are trying to. If they win, that's a big if. It sets a precedent, and then everybody would get a refund. So it's not $5; it's $5 per accessory that was sold. So, I mean, I understand it is like I agree with Eric. We live in a capitalistic hellscape. Like taking on a big corporation for this it's near impossible. I understand being frustrated that we had to pay these tariff costs, and then the company gets a refund for those costs that they didn't even have to pay because they built it into the price of our product. Like that is frustrating. I understand where they're coming from.
Yeah, I understand that too. But I think Stash has a very strong point of like, there was no promise of a refund. There was no mention of anything of this sort. And if every company would have to do it, food.
No one forced them to buy
gas
it.
rebate, all sorts of stuff.
Nobody even forced them to buy it though. Like there's so many levels to this.
I hope
so many levels.
I hope these people don't think that this applies to Switch 2 since Switch 2's price did not consider tariffs.
Yeah, it didn't change. Yeah,
they didn't change the price.
And that's exactly why I asked.
Get their money back for that. Straight up, it's theirs.
That's why I asked if it was like regarding, $5 that they lost to the tariffs.
I think the whole thing's fucking stupid. This entire lawsuit is stupid. And this isn't because I have an issue with consumers fighting to get money back. That's totally fine. I think this lawsuit's going to get tossed out. I don't care if they get the required signatures or not. I think the moment this goes to any judge or any court, it's going to get thrown out because it has to have a legal precedent. And the legal precedent doesn't exist for this. You can be like, well, you can start a new legal precedent. You could try, but you think about this, like the precedent, as like Johniibo said, we're trying to get it so everyone gets refunds for all these products. Yeah, that just means that's all the more reason for all the companies to band together and fight against it. And good luck fighting against all these that's $100 million corporations. They're not going to let this.
That's the problem, right? Like that's the issue.
Well, the issue is that
not just Nintendo. It's every company that paid tariffs. That's the issue.
The issue is the tariffs existed at all.
Yeah, exactly.
At least to the extremes that they did. Tariffs always exist in every country. I'm not opposed to tariffs existing, but the fact that these tariffs were illegal. Well, the problem is that these tariffs happened at all. Now, obviously, I mentioned earlier in a prior story that like the tariffs, the reason you haven't seen prices go down, even though this was found illegal, is because they just re-implemented the same tariffs. They're just doing it under a different law. The law they did it under is what was illegal. That's what made all the money they collected during that period illegal. That didn't stop them. They just found a different law to put it under. That was always going to be the case, but they can't retcon the law that they had it under before. So they are being forced, the government is being forced to refund all this money. I find it interesting going after Nintendo, considering that the Switch 1 sales fell off a cliff, so they didn't sell a lot of those last year after the price increase. And the accessories never really were top sellers ever. So I don't know what people are expecting to get back, because the price of Switch 2 was not affected by the tariff. They publicly admitted it wasn't affected by the tariff. That this was always going to be the price. So Nintendo would just get more of their money back for the 5 million Switch 2s they sold last year or whatever in America. Like, okay, they should get that money back. It's their money. They basically been selling the system at cost or for a loss because of these tariffs. So yeah, they should get their money. That's their profit margins back. Nintendo should care about that. For us consumers, the problem I have with the lawsuit overall isn't the attempt. Like, I think it's a waste of everyone's time. That's why I think it's stupid. Because I don't think there's any way this possibly ever gets to court at all. I don't think there gets to a settlement. I think this is the last we fucking hear of it outside of case has been dismissed. Either because it doesn't get enough signatures to go forward, or because even if it does, it doesn't go forward because the judge just throws it out, because the class action has to get approved to go forward by a judge. So I don't think it'll get approved in any of the cases besides maybe FedEx, just because FedEx said publicly they would pay money back to the customers. That's a different kind of lawsuit because now you're just holding FedEx to what they promised. Nintendo never promised anyone their money back. Nintendo never said, hey, if these tariffs get rescinded, you're going to get your money back. Oh, the way, if these tariffs go away, we're going to charge less for our stuff. They never promised any of that.
They should just do good. Nintendo should just do some goodwill, and do a settle for $5, whatever the extra.
I think send everyone a $5 coupon.
Yeah.
And that big. Honestly, like I could see them sending out emails to everyone who signed up. Say, hey, $5.
Give me platinum
shop coupon.
No, they're going to be like, we have 150 million people. We're going to do 100 gold coins to everyone's account. That's what you get.
That don't even work anymore.
Don't even work anymore. You can't even redeem them. You just get to stare at them. But no, like,
just settle for $5
would be a Giga Chad mood from Nintendo to be like, hey, look, like this lawsuit's ridiculous. You ain't getting shit back. But you know what? We'll throw a bone and give you some free digital currency.
Well, if they get $5, they're going to make way more because people are going
to. You're going to spend more than $5. You're going to buy more than a $5 game. Yeah. So I think one Nintendo's not going to be a good guy, Nintendo, and do that anyways. And I don't think this suit's going to go anywhere. I don't think any of the suits besides the FedEx one have anything to stand on. And again, a lot of it is just because tariffs, there's nothing in the law saying that companies charging more for their product because they're being charged tariffs means customers get discounts if the tariff goes away. There's no law to do that. You paid the price you paid. You, as a consumer, and this is, I talk about this a lot because this sort of thing bothers me that the lawsuit even exists. Where's consumer responsibility? If you had a problem with the price, why did you fucking buy it?
So I'm saying no one told you have to buy this.
This is an optional entertainment. They're not going to give you a discount on the fucking groceries that you overpaid for last year.
Yeah.
How the fuck are you expecting a discount on an optional entertainment medium that you knew the price before you bought it and you bought it anyways? Like if you buy a car and next week that car is $10,000 cheaper, you're not getting $10,000 back from the one you bought this week.
No, you already drove it off the lot, man. It's already depreciated.
You're done. You're stuck with whatever you agreed to. When you buy a product, people don't think about this. When you buy something and you swipe that card, you give them that cash, you have completed a contract, a purchase agreement. You don't get your money back just because the corporation now is going to make even more money. Congrats to the corporations. You still spent your money. They get to keep it. Like if you were against the tariffs, cool. So if you bought a good that went up because of the tariffs, that's on you. Unless it was an essential. I understand. Like if you need gas to go to work, you got groceries. Yeah, there are some things that are essentials. This is a non-essential. You have no one to blame but yourself if you paid an increased price that you were not comfortable with. I own the camera and I own the Pro Controller. Those are the two things I bought that were increased in price due to tariffs. I don't give a fuck. I ain't going to sign this fucking bullshit lawsuit. Who cares? I knew what I was spending back then.
Oh, yeah. I won't touch that thing.
I don't care. I think it's a dumb lawsuit. And this isn't me being, defend corporate shill Nintendo shit. I don't give a fuck. Bottom line is, I didn't pay a tariff. I know we look at it as the cost of the tariff was passed on to the consumer. No, I bought something. I bought a good for a price. That price was set in front of me, and I decided it was worth that price. Nintendo paid money to the U.S. government for that product to be here for me to buy. Now, yes, did Nintendo increase the price to try to make up for some of that cost? Sure, they said it out loud. It's in the article. Nintendo said it out loud that we adjusted prices due to tariffs. Yes. And guess what? It was still my choice to still buy it anyways. And if Nintendo can get their money back from the tariffs, cool, good for them. That doesn't change the fact that it's not going to be any cheaper. Why should I get a discount for my Pro Controller when the Pro Controller is the same price right now today?
What if they don't lower the price?
I literally cannot buy it cheaper.
You want to know why? It's because it's already been proven that people will pay this. So why would they now that the tariffs are off, why would they reduce the price?
Well, the tariffs aren't off. That's the thing. They just moved it to a different law. So technically, the tariffs are still there. Yeah. I've been keeping up on it because I've been wondering about the console price. We're gonna get another one. Oh, and under the tariffs are done, maybe they'll stop increasing the prices. Then no, they just put the tariffs back up with a different law. And apparently, this one that's under now is going to be very, very hard to try to show that it's illegal this time. Basically, it's the one they should have did it under the first place if they were ever going to do it. And I'm not trying to give them ideas. The government's got lots of their own ideas. Whether you agree with them or not. But the tariff's not coming back to the consumer. Outside of maybe with FedEx because their dumbasses said something publicly they should have probably never said. Whoever said that, I don't even know if he works at FedEx anymore. He might have been canned for making that promise. You just cost the company billions of dollars. Fuck you. But yeah, I think this whole thing is stupid just from the get-go because we're talking about a consumer entertainment product. We're talking about optional goods that no one needed to buy, and we decided to spend that money anyways. Getting the $5 to $10 back, trying to set the principle on everyone should get their money. It's not going to happen. If it does happen, guys, I will buy a NintenByte Podcast shirt and blend it in a blender and drink it on the show. If they win this lawsuit and get money back.
Interesting.
That's how confident I am that it ain't happening.
I'll get a custom shirt made that says "We're living in idiocracy," and I'll have like the cover of the movie on my shirt. And I'll wear it.
The difference is you like that shirt. You'll just wear it. It's not really punishment.
Yeah,
I'm doing something that like is probably bad for my health. I'm just adding some fiber to my diet. Go on, GameBird.
I was just gonna say, like, I understand. I do understand the sentiment of it not feeling fair. It does suck that lots of times the consumers are penalized for stuff, and it's out of our hands. It's kind of the reality of it.
Not the first time tariffs have been found illegal as well, and consumers never got money back in the past either. So.
Yeah, and it sucks. I think the moral side of it sucks. It's definitely not pro-consumer. I'll say that.
No.
But unfortunately, I don't think there's basis for this. And I know this is completely different, but I mean, even like thinking about, way back with 9/11 and gas prices skyrocketing and all the things that were added on to travel and all the extra cost and fees because of the massive hit, and then everything normalized, but those fees just never went away. We continued to get robbed by the airlines, and you still have to pay a shit ton of money just to check a bag. It's insanity with size restrictions and weight restrictions. So listen, I don't think there's a basis for this. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, but I do, just for the sake of showing the understanding that, like, on the side of like, the reason why we paid extra is because of A, B, and C, but A, B, and C were found illegal. So like, I do understand that viewpoint. It just it's not going to hold any legal ground. That's just the reality.
All right. Anyone else got thoughts? By the way, I'll just say, I would love for consumers across the whole industry to get all our money back. I'm just a realist.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to happen. So I don't even let myself entertain the thought that I could get any money back from tariffs that technically were not charged to me. They were charged to the companies, who then increase the price of their products, but they're allowed to do that. That's the thing. It's their product. We still chose to spend that money.
It's just so stupid.
Yeah. There's just no other way to really.
Emotional. It's just emotional.
And I think some of it's just people being
I hope
mad.
you didn't use your brain to come up with this.
Yeah, and I think people are just upset the tariffs ever existed. And yeah, I don't think most consumers are happy with the tariffs ever existed. I don't think any of us are happy about it.
Nobody wants to pay more, man.
No. But
this isn't the answer.
Should happen. Anyways, so obviously, guys, on my channel, you can I cover news and stuff. If there's any ever real updates to this down the line, you guys know we'll throw it in one of my videos just to keep people informed. Setting all that aside, I guess all that's left is a dealer's choice thing. GameBird, do you have any idea for a topic?
Let me try and think of one really quick.
Okay. Give you a moment. While I do that, gotta ask Johniibo, what are your top 3 favorite games on Switch 2?
Top 3 favorite games on Switch 2? Oh, man. 3. I'm going to go with Pocopia. Really love that game. 2, Donkey Kong. And 1, Hades 2.
Woo! Hades 2 getting the number 1 spot. Look at that.
Hades 2 was my personal game of the year pick last year. I'm actually playing some games that I'm really liking right now. Like I've been playing some Mouse PI. That's super fun. And Pragmata has been really good on the Nintendo Switch 2. And Vampire Crawlers. That just came out, I think, yesterday. And I've already put like 4 or 5 hours into it.
I saw your post about it.
Yeah, I can't like complete anything. I don't know how you guys do it. So, you know, my busy season ended last week, and there was like 4 games that I wanted to play. It was or 3 games I want to play. I want to play Tomodachi Life, Pragmata, Mouse PI, and I'm like, how do I do this? How do I balance this? Like I think I'm like 75% through Pragmata. I'm only like a couple hours into Mouse PI, and I probably put like almost 10 hours into Tomodachi Life. So I just need to beat something.
Mouse PIs, well, Pragmata actually for 75% through, you might as well finish it off.
Yeah, I'm close. I think I have one more area, and then I also never played Resident Evil 9. Because I'm a little baby and I was scared. But now that I played through Pragmata, I kind of want to go back to Resident Evil 9.
Cool. You brought up Mouse PI. It's reminded me of a super chat we had earlier. How about that IGN review for Mouse PI? What the fuck, right? Stash, you got any thoughts on that one as a fellow reviewer? Got any thoughts on that?
You know, I don't want to like get involved too much with it. I didn't post anything about it. You know, obviously a lot of people did. A lot of people have their thoughts on it. And
did you review it?
No, not yet. I have it on PS5 and Switch 2. They sent it to me, and I just, you know, like you see all the orange right there.
How do you how do you do it? I guess planning, right? Like,
planning. Yeah, I'm working just nonstop. So yeah, I'd like to play it. I actually really want to. I just can't because of the embargo dates, and I have to prioritize the embargoes. However, look, yeah, I saw the review. Actually, Blake, a friend, one of our listeners, he had sent over the Metacritic to me on DM, and the first thing I did is I sorted it lowest to highest. I want to see who is going to attempt to get all the clicks for this review, because it happens with every review. It's like a round robin with all the companies that IGN owns. One of them will give it the low review score to get all the clicks. But this one was IGN, and yeah, I took a few minutes. I saw what the issues were. I clicked on the guy's profile. I read his bio. And based on reading his bio and reading the review, everything added up very clearly. Again, it took me like 5 minutes to put it all together, and I'm just like, this is just what I've been talking about for so many years. Long before I started YouTube. I swear, like, I think a decade ago, when my cousin would ask me, like, "Oh, what score did IGN give?" I'd be like, "I don't know. I don't look anymore." And I remember telling him about why I don't. There was a lot of reasons I won't get into. I think for me, it like kind of sucks just because I used to really like IGN. I grew up with them, really respect it. I respected them. I looked forward to reviews from people like Matt Casamassina, Fran Maroba, and Pierre. Used to always call him Pierre Schneider.
Yeah.
All the OGs. Yeah, I started going there when it was IGN64.com, like in '96. Like that was one of the first websites I went to on AOL. And so, you want to stick with them, and I did for a long time, and there's still some good people there. I don't want to get that twisted. There's still people out that I like there.
I still enjoy some of their podcasts. Are fine.
Yeah, I like Ryan McCaffrey. He's been there a long time. There's some other guys there. I don't have a problem with anybody there. What the problem is the system is fundamentally flawed, and I've talked about that here on the podcast a lot. That's the problem. It's just fundamentally flawed how this works. Someone you don't know from Adam or Eve, you know nothing about them, nothing about the things that they like in video games and dislike. You don't know if they wake up every day and are a chronic complainer. Are they the person that just goes to work and complains about everything, and you wish that person wouldn't walk by your cubicle because all they're going to do is complain? We don't know anything about any of these people. All they are is they're backed by IGN. It falls under the IGN label, but we don't know anything about them. Do you like hard games? Do you quit as soon as a game gets tough? Or do you start complaining and start saying, "Oh, this game's not designed good," because you keep dying because you suck? Like, what is it?
IGN should have a requirement that for their bio that's on because on every review, they have the bio for the author. They should have a requirement in there to put like at least like certain genres they like to play. Maybe like a quick hit on some of their favorite games that if they were to review, they would, that would be like 10s for them. And then maybe even a little quick on like certain things they don't like about games, just to give a little background.
Anything to be personable.
Yeah,
as well.
People, I don't really look at outlets the way I once did. I look at the individual reviewers, and it's always about just finding that one that clicks with your style. Exactly. But in order to find that out, there's a couple ways. One, you just happen to read a shitload of the reviews and you just find out if you jive with it or not. Or you get a little personal information on them as a gamer to sort of sort out if that's even someone that's worth trying to read their review for you.
Exactly. And the fundamental issues are the fact that we know nothing about them. They don't do anything to make us learn anything about them. Okay. It's a revolving door. That's a big one.
Yeah.
These people don't last long. They're in and out, man, all the time.
Was it a freelancer? Or was it
for this specific one?
This was like his 4th review.
So I know they contract out their reviews sometimes.
Yeah. That's also part of the fundamental issue. And also the editor-in-chief assigns you whatever the fuck they want. And you're going to review it. We don't care if you don't like it. You're going to review it. We need you to review it. That's your job. And this is like that everywhere. I may have a preference. Like, hey, man. Like, if I worked at IGN right now, I said, hey, man, I've been playing Zelda since the first one. on NES. I know everything about these games. I'd really like to review it when it comes out. Well, too fucking bad, man. You just started here. Somebody else is reviewing that. You can review FIFA.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean? Like you can go review something that you don't even play. You have no history with the genre.
Wait.
Or
Oh, that's what happened with MLB The Show.
could very well, but this is what happens with these big review outlets is that you get to pick what you want. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, the funny thing is, we joke around about you get to go review the sports game. This guy did review Madden 26.
I saw that
for IGN. So he is one of the sports guys.
Let me read this to you guys. This was today, actually, right before the show. I posted.
He's done a lot of reviews for them. He must be close to a full timer there.
Like, I want to give you guys some insight. Okay. So I posted on Twitter my review for Grime 2. And I get asked, what was the last game you reviewed that you hated? Okay.
Sure.
And my response hopefully gives some insight into what's fundamentally wrong. Okay. Or at least what's different between a review outlet and someone who's doing it like I am. And I said, hate is a strong word. I haven't reviewed a game that I've hated, and that's by design. I choose the games I'm personally interested in playing, and I review those on my channel. Being independent means I don't have an editor-in-chief assigning me games that I'm not interested in playing like traditional game review outlets do. If I was consistently reviewing games I hated, that would just mean I don't have a good sense for what a quality game is. In reality, it's quite the opposite. I've developed a strong feel for what's worth playing. I've been playing video games for 38 years. So after you've been doing it for that long, you get a pretty good feel and idea of what games are going to be special, right? So that's the difference. I get to pick what I want to play. So if I review a game on my channel and I tell you it sucks, it means there's something off about me. And like, I don't know how to pick out good games. Surely I do. I'm be 41 years old here in like 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The only thing I will say is outside of the really rare case where they pull the rug on you, like the one Alien game where everything before launch was a lie. That's a little different because then that's not something wrong with you. They're a fucking scummy ass company is what that is.
Yeah. Well, like I went to the event, the Bandai Namco event that was out in LA to play. What was it? Can't even remember. I reviewed it earlier this year.
Did you guys remember? They remember anymore. There's so many of them.
Yeah, that's the Souls game. And it was really good with what they showed us. And then when I played it, it was a performance nightmare. And it was uninteresting. And, what we got shown was curated. And so, yeah, when I reviewed it, I'm like, there's no way I could recommend this.
No way.
You know what I mean?
Code Vein. Was it Code Vein?
Code Vein 2. Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah. So it's like, sometimes I think people think that someone decides for me what games I'm going to play. I work for myself. Let me ask you, why would I play a shitty game? Sometimes I get asked, well, you recommend so many games. Yeah, because I follow these games for several years and I know how to pick out good games. Why would I play a shitty game just so I can give a shitty review and look balanced? That's stupid. And that is an absolute waste of time. Now, over at IGN, they have no choice.
Yeah, they got to review everything.
If I'm if I'm in that seat at IGN, I got to review what's ever put on my desk. And with this guy with the 6, again, like all the things he was complaining about, I thought was cool. Like all the cheese references. It's like, that's the whole theme, bro. and it's like it's not that serious. Like the story, it's like
it's a
about
cartoon.
fucking mouses, dude. It's a mouse that's a detective. What the fuck are you looking for?
It's
Shawshank
It's
Redemption?
a boomer shooter with mice and cheese jokes. I don't know what part of this did you think was supposed to be super? It's like he says somewhere in the review something like, "Well, the game tells you to take it seriously." I'm like, "Well, what are the characters supposed to act like? What they're doing doesn't matter? Like, who gives a fuck? It's a video game about fucking cartoons killing each other. Who cares?" Like, one of the complaints was something like, well, he's a cop or like he's a detective and he's killing all these cops. How could he get away with this? It's like, it's a fucking video game. You're thinking too hard, dude.
Well, hold on. Let me just read this, okay? And again, like, guys, I'm not trying to like rake this guy over the coals or anything. I have nothing against him. This is only to just basically show you what I did. When I looked at the 6, I read some of the things and I'm like, let me see if I can find out anything about this guy. Just to see if anything adds up. Okay. This is a short bio. I'm not going to say his name just to be nice, but it says blank, first name, last name, is a Pushcart Prize nominated fiction writer and essayist who has been covering games since 2013.
Stash could barely get through that first sentence.
His fiction and essays have appeared in Your Tango, blah, 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 a couple other things. He's a co-founder of and editor-in-chief at Skybox, and his games writing has appeared in Rolling Stone, IGN, PC Gamer, which PC Gamer has been trash for like a decade at least. Unwinnable, I don't know what that is. Digital Trends, we know what that is. A couple other ones. And then you can find them on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then he says in his review how he's like really into Mohr. Like that's his jam. So part of me thinks that the editor was like, hey, you're going to want to review this game. Or this guy said, hey, I really want to review this game because I'm really into this.
Yeah, really
and
into
he's still
serious stuff.
Yeah. But when I read that first sentence, and then you obviously added up with what he said in the review about the story, he's a prize-nominated fiction writer and essayist. Okay, I see why he has a problem with the story. That's what I said to myself. So, in my mind, okay, this 6, that probably checks out. You throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I don't care. I'm just saying, like, there's just so many fundamental flaws in the system.
Yeah, I don't have an issue. I want to be clear, guys. I don't have an issue with the guy, like his actual words in the review, because it's his opinion.
Exactly.
And it's 100% accurate for his tastes. Usually it's the system I have a problem with. It's IGN. And the reason they get so much flack for it is because we know, and we see this when every time their review score gets added and the rating shifts, that Metacritic weights IGN's reviews pretty heavy compared to other people, which IGN's aware of that. So they know that their reviews can hold a lot more weight on a website that literally controls whether people get bonuses or not, which is a stupid thing that companies do with Metacritic. Yep. But it happens. We know this. The reports are out there. The like bonuses get tied to Metascores. It's stupid ass shit. But so the system doesn't set the reviewer up for success. And then on top of that, there's just no consideration that your outlet in particular, your reviews happen to hold a lot more weight. Maybe we should make sure the games are in the hands of people that are genuinely stupidly excited for it. Now, in this case, it is possible that this person was excited for it, and it could have been just because they like noir so much. So you look at the art direction, it's got a noir aspect to it. So cool. This seems like it might be right up my alley. And then you get we read his reviews heavily disappointed because the kind of noir he likes are the super serious stories. And if you look at his review history, you can see every story and every game he's ever reviewed highly was because he loved the story. It was a huge part of it. And you know what? That's fair game to value story heavily. There's nothing wrong with that.
I love a good story.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that being one of the main things you like about video games is a story. That's cool because video games have this really neat thing where it's one of the only mediums where you interact. It's an interactive story. That can be really appealing. So I get it. I think, especially when I'm looking at like indie titles, like you really should make sure it's somebody who likes multiple aspects of the game. And that doesn't mean they have to give it a good review, but at least it's understandable why they wanted to review it. If this person just loves noir stories, that's not a reason to review a boomer shooter. Because it's first and foremost a boomer shooter. That's the genre it's in. You should be someone that likes boomer shooters to review this game. You should like playing Doom and Quake. Because then the complaints he has about the senseless violence, that's literally what a boomer shooter is. Just tell me you don't like boomer shooters.
Always has been.
Like
Always.
If you don't like boomer shooters, you're gonna hate the fact that he's killing so much.
Yeah.
But that's what a boomer shooter is.
There were things in the review, and again, like I spent a total of 5 minutes. And just in the little few things I read, right? There were conflicting things, like you said.
Yeah.
Talking about the violence. But it's like, you played Wolfenstein? Did you play Wolfenstein 3D?
Yeah, too many cheese puns. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? It's a
Back in
cartoon.
92,
What
did you
the
play
fuck do you
Doom?
think they're gonna, dude. When I go into Mouse PI, I expect a cheese joke every fucking 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fucking cartoon mouse game.
I did love the developers' response to that one.
Oh, dude,
So
the
good.
developer response is so good.
Too much cheese.
And then they post a clip of one of many they could post. It's a cheese joke from it. It's like, yes.
Well, it's funny because just a few days before that, Replaced, the developer for Replaced, had to correct IGN on their terrible ass tweet. It's like, the fuck, man? Who's checking this? Do you know how sensitive like the gaming community is to AI?
It's become too corporate.
Like me, hey man,
those big outlets.
I'm not getting involved in that stuff, but I understand how people feel about it. And then you write that? Like who checked that tweet?
No,
You
I'm not
literally
even
said the game's
familiar with.
AI, you idiot.
Oh, really? I was about to say I'm not familiar with the tweet.
So poorly written, dude. And it's like that right there goes out to how many people? How many people
They have a lot,
interact with IGN? It is an insane amount.
Yeah, they dwarf
And
us.
you
by a lot.
misinformed everybody. And as soon as people saw AI, they said, "Oh, fuck this game."
10 million followers on X alone.
Yeah. And how many people are gonna see the follow-up tweet from Replaced?
Not much.
Maybe
Yeah, not many people.
0.5%.
Yeah, not much.
It's
at
like
all.
professionalism, bro. Like that for me, that was irritating because it's like, dude, they're a small indie company. You know, I talked to them in the lead up to the release. That's why it's only on Xbox and PC. It's sure they want to bring it to Switch too, and PS5, and that's the goal. But they are a very, very small indie company. They're under 10. It's like, come on, dude. Like this hurts so much. This game's been in development for 7 years.
I'm gonna do a shout out. I want to say something nice related to IGN for a second. IGN super fan Jimmy Timmy had a great comment on X about an hour ago, responding to one of IGN's posts. It's about the lawsuit, and he said, "Hey, you know what? This is a completely opposite opinion of me. Put your name on this suit in as many class actions as you can, because you have better odds than the lottery." I mean, look, you just want to be a class action slut? Put your name on everything.
That's funny. Yeah, I want to make it clear to everyone listening too that I'm not trying to like beat up on IGN. I don't talk about them outside of when we're on the podcast. You'll never find me tweeting about it. Like I said, I have feelings on this, and I've talked about this stuff before on the podcast, but this is nothing new. It's not just IGN. It's all the big outlets. It's fundamental issues with the system. And ultimately I bring up IGN because they're the biggest one.
Yeah.
They've been around forever, and I grew up with them.
Yeah.
I grew up conversing with people in the IGN forums. Yeah,
Yep.
dude. So like I do it because I used to have a ton of respect for them. And I really enjoyed them. And so it's upsetting in that sense to see something that you used to really value, they keep like in your mind fucking up. And you're like, come on, man, I want you to be better than that. So I hope everyone understands that's where it comes from. It honestly comes from a point of caring.
Wishing they would be better.
Yeah.
That's
all it is.
More care in your coverage.
Yeah, like I had a dream of working there, when I was younger.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even fathom that now.
NBC. There was a time I wanted to be co-host. I'm like, oh, dude, this would be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
All right, Birdman. What are we talking about? What's our final topic?
Yeah, so we've discussed a lot of news today, so I thought it would be fun to maybe spark our imaginations a little bit and kind of. Why do you look stressed out? It's nothing crazy. Chill, dude. Let me get the topic out. And I'm gonna pull up anything. I know, but you had a reaction. You had a physical reaction to me speaking. I'm gonna pull something up. There was a few quotes that went around from Miyamoto recently. Not going to talk about his reaction to the movie or the movie reviews, but there was something else that he had said that I think would be more interesting to discuss. Let me pull it up really quick. Here we go. And this is on Polygon right here. But the Super Mario Galaxy movie.
Bird, we should have spoiler warned.
Oh yeah, spoiler warning. Sorry. The movie's been out for a couple weeks. People are.
Yeah, I know, but still.
It's not out in Japan yet.
Yep.
Tomorrow.
Well, if you're in Japan, close your eyes. Don't read.
Don't
Spoilers.
You don't want spoilers for the Mario Galaxy we run away. I know what the topic is now.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right. Spoiler alert. The Super Mario Galaxy movie reveals that Peach and Rosalina are actually sisters who were separated when they were very young. In an interview with Japanese outlet Nintendo Dream, translated by Nintendo Everything, Miyamoto said that while he is generally reluctant to lock his iconic characters into specific story, he hopes that future games featuring Princess Peach will preserve and build upon this detail. I find this a very interesting remark right here. And he says later on in this interview that the whole reason why they don't like to do like these deeper lore on the characters is because they never know what the next Mario game is going to be, and they don't want to limit themselves, with creativity and imagination. But this detail is very interesting. I love the character of Rosalina. I've loved her since Galaxy. I think she's been a very underutilized character outside of course, Smash Brothers and Mario Kart and Mario Party. Now that we have official canonical lore that ties Rosalina to Peach, what does this mean for Rosalina in future Mario games? Potentially a new Mario Galaxy, but I think what's even more interesting is given that this character now has such an important tie to one of the biggest Mario characters of all time, what are the odds of a Rosalina game? That's the bigger question I have for you guys. Princess Peach got Showtime. Luigi's got his mansion. Mario's got his own things going on. Rosalina, could she potentially get her own game? Could there be a Peach and Rosalina game? What do you guys think on this? And if there was the possibility of a game starring Rosalina, what kind of game would you guys want? Let's start with Prime because he looks really annoyed with this topic. He looks miserable. We're starting with Prime. Someone hates fun. It's fine.
That's what I felt like the whole time you were talking. Like I'm just fucking wiping out downstairs, having nightmares of Princess Peach Showtime. Look, there's actually a lot more to this. I've seen like this entire interview.
Sure.
I didn't put it in today's video because I really wasn't sure what to do with it. Like it's an interesting thing because he also talks about how like he hopes other things in the movie are used in the games.
Sure.
Which I find interesting. And the keyword there is hope because Miyamoto doesn't work on the games anymore. So it's like I'm not saying that he can't make a request, but it is one of those that, I don't know that it's really going to impact much. But I will say this. Rosalina is obviously a really popular character out of this movie. Lots of kids talk about Rosalina. I think Rosalina is going to be a really popular Halloween costume for kids this year, especially little girls. So I do think that Rosalina is obviously peaking in popularity, and I can see Nintendo doing something eventually. Whether or not they do a standalone game for Rosalina, that I don't know, but I could see them doing a Peach and Rosalina team up game.
Sure.
Maybe Power of the Sisterhood. Go and one saves the other, or they work together towards something. Because obviously the idea that Miyamoto's talking about is, hey, future games that play on the fact that they're sisters. Well, I would say a Peach game that stars Rosalina in it too. So a Peach and Rosalina game could definitely do that, and then make it fully canon in the Mario gameverse that they're sisters. I definitely think that could happen. The reason for all the faces isn't because I don't think it's possible. It's because I don't care.
Sure.
Okay. Princess Peach Showtime was a massive letdown. And so anything they're doing with Peach and Rosalina to me is going to be made for 3-year-olds.
But wait, here's the thing that this is why I mentioned Prime that like Mario Galaxy 3 or a Mario universe. Like, okay, fair enough. But this is just a fun discussion, man. You don't need to be.
Look. Whoa. Okay, I thought this was my turn to go.
Go and go you shall.
I know it's a fun discussion. It's a fun discussion about an IP in a game I'm never going to play, even if it does exist. So it's like my care level of it is like next to fuck all. And I'm sorry, Peach, the one who's on screen right now, it's your fucking fault because it's your game that fucked me in the head. It makes me never want to play a game starring you again. So
all right.
It is what it is. Nintendo, by the way, there's nothing wrong with Nintendo making games that are intended for young children. I want to be very clear about that. There's actually nothing wrong with that. Most of Nintendo's games are legitimately made for everyone. Like there's some fun that lots of different ages can have in games. Princess Peach Showtime is one of the first Nintendo games I played that I'm like, dude, unless I'm like 5, this just isn't fun. It's easy and repetitive and tedious at that, which is something I probably would have enjoyed when I was 5 years old. Maybe. I don't know. When I was 5, I was playing like Punch Out and shit way harder than this game. But, I would have maybe appreciated a game that was kind of easy. Yeah, I probably, would have beat it and got through it as a kid. And maybe my thoughts would have been different because sometimes it's nice to have a balance to playing this really hard NES game and then play this really easier game. Dude, there was games I played when I was younger that were easier, and I had an appreciation for that because a lot of the games you played were very unforgiving back then. That's why, like, even when Kirby came around, like, it was really refreshing because of how difficult platformers were. That, Kirby's, Return to Dreamland stuff, that all this stuff comes around, and you're like, oh, this is actually easy. I kind of like, it's kind of refreshing. But there's a lot of easy games now. It's like a dime a dozen. So I think fans will love it. I think children will love this thing. In terms of like an idea for it, like I don't think a Galaxy 3 or anything like that's ever in the cards. And I might even say like the next big 3D Mario game could have something that has to do with a crossover or so. I say a crossover. She's a Mario character. It's not really a crossover. But I kind of feel like the way to approach it would be in a Peach and Rosalina game. Because I didn't like Showtime. Doesn't mean I don't think the game should exist. And there should be future games.
You sure about that?
Yes. Yes, I'm sure about that. Look, not everything made has to be for me. I just won't make the mistake of buying the game again. There's a difference. but there are plenty of people that enjoy the game. Zoo, you guys know him. He loves Showtime. Cool.
Oh,
Happy.
wow.
I'm actually surprised that he's one of the people that loves it, but he actually really likes Showtime, unironically. Nothing wrong with it. I thought I'd like it too. The whole theater aesthetic. And yeah, the first hour of the game, I'm having a blast. And then it's the same hour every hour for the next 20. It doesn't get any better. It just stays what you experience that first hour is what you're going to keep experiencing. And I know some people are like, no, yeah. Okay, I know about the stuff in the basement. I know about the final. Guys, I beat the game because I forced myself because I spent the fucking money on it. There's got to be something redeeming in this game. No, it's just garbage all the way to the end for me because it's just too easy. It's basically a spam one button, I win kind of game. And I'm good with that. I get enough of those in like mobile phone games. A few times I boot them up where it's like you just tap and win. So I'm good. That said, I do want to see something happen here. I would love to see Rosalina come back in a big way. If it's in a big 3D Mario game, that's badass. There's a lot of things you could do with that story wise. I know they don't usually put a super heavy story in the games, but there's something you could do with that would be kind of cool. And if Nintendo wants to include that in the next big 3D Mario, I'm not opposed to something like that. What if we're not saving Peach? What if we're saving Rosalina? Just like the movie. And that's when we find out they're sisters, is throughout that adventure, just like in the movie. Sure. Could happen. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I know it'd be kind of a negative Nancy and someone else have a much more positive take than me. But I just don't care because I'm not gonna play it. Unless it's a big 3D Mario. Because I just got a feeling if Rosalina comes back, it's going to be in like a little kid's game. And
all right,
that's fine. I'm just not a little kid anymore.
All right, let's go over to Johniibo. What do you think about this? Do you agree with Miyamoto? Would you like to see this continued into the games? And if so, how would you like to see Rosalina reintroduced? Whether it's her own game, Mario Galaxy makes a return. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm gonna try not to be as negative.
Yeah.
I also did not like Princess Peach Showtime, but I'm also a 40-year-old man that game is not for. So I get it. I would love to see what they could do with like an RPG style game, like a Super Mario RPG, bring Rosalina in to a sequel to that. Or, even have it be her own game. But yeah, now that they introduce this plot point that is like the only one in the movie, like they kind of have to continue it, because if they don't, people are going to be confused. They're going to be like, wait, I thought she was, I thought they were related. Like, why aren't they interacting with each other? I mean, I do think that we're going to see Rosalina in the next big 3D Mario game. Like I don't know if we're going to get a Galaxy 3 or if we're going to get a brand new thing, but I do believe that they will. I see the movies as a giant marketing platform because they introduced we have Peach, we got Peach, and then we got Princess Peach Showtime like right after, or it was like maybe a year later from the first movie. I can't remember, but I think they used it. And if that Star Fox game is real, they're clearly using the movie to market the Star Fox game. Maybe Rosalina shows up in a Star Fox game. Who knows? Maybe she's the giving all the missions. But yeah, I do think we'll see Rosalina again in like a mainline story. It would be cool to see her have her own game. I mean, I'm always for a Souls-like. So get a Rosalina Souls-like game. That'd be pretty sick.
I like where you're going with this because I have a few interesting types of games that come to mind, but continue.
Well, that was more so a joke, but I would love to see like an action RPG style game with Rosalina would be wild, because Nintendo doesn't have its own action RPG. So it needs that genre, and maybe Rosalina is it.
Oh yeah. All right,
But
let's
I'm
go
not
over
gonna
to-
say
oh,
it's for babies, and only babies would like it.
there you
That's the
go.
way I'm going to stick with it. By the
How
way,
could you say only babies would like it? It doesn't even exist. This is just us like hypothetical. How do we think this is something that could become a reality, and how would we like to see it be done?
and
There's no.
hypothetically,
This is for
it's
babies.
for babies.
He
Hypothetically,
likes to
it's
be
for
done for babies.
Eric, we're going over to you. I can't listen to this bullshit anymore.
Hey, don't call upon me next time, buddy. I'm perfectly fine sitting here silently.
Oh boy. Oh Lord, coming to me then. I take it.
He did call on you.
I kind of half-ass heard it because my hearing is shitty and you guys were talking, so I was just confirming. Yeah.
There's gonna be so many comments. Why is Prime in such a bad mood tonight?
Yeah. Right.
Fuck you all.
Oh god.
Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. I hit the wrong thing. You know what? Doesn't matter. Fuck you all.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Nice. No, it'd be interesting to see a game kind of in the vein of like Mario and Luigi. Kind of the older games. I haven't played Brothership, so I don't know how that compares to the older games. But I know the older
Back
games.
to IGN gave it a 5 out of 10. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Right. Yeah. That'd be an interesting kind of thing, replacement kind of type for that genre. But yeah, I mean, there's so many interesting ways they could go with this. I'd like to see, something new even come out of it too. You know,
Sure.
brand new type of game that they just haven't tried before.
And Eric, do you think that, obviously it's, like Prime said, Miyamoto saying that like this is something, he hopes that they build on in future games. That's no confirmation that it's happening. He doesn't make
Right.
Mario games. It's him just expressing an opinion. But I look at it like this. This is a $1 billion+ movie. Like this movie is going to make $1 billion or more in the box office. Canonizing this in such a big and profitable project makes sense to keep these details going forward. So do you think it's likely we're going to see that we haven't seen the last of Rosalina in outside of obviously Mario sports games and kart?
Right. No, I definitely think that Rosalina is going to be coming up in a lot more games now. Trying to bring her more into the forefront and things like that. I definitely think that's going to happen. Whether or not they keep the lore, I don't know why they wouldn't. It just makes sense. But yeah, you just never know with Nintendo sometimes.
Yep, for sure. Stash Man.
What's the question again? I got a little twisted after everything.
No worries. Based on what we got with the movie, Miyamoto's kind of hopes for the future. Do you think it's likely that we'll see this canon come through in the games? Rosalina make an appearance outside of obviously she's going to be in your Mario Karts and your Smash Brothers, like outside of the sports and multiplayer stuff, mainline Mario stuff. Do you think we'll see more Rosalina with this sort of canon? And additionally, do you think it's possible Rosalina could get her own game or a game starring her and Peach? And what type of game would you like to see if that were the case?
Are we talking about the canon and Mario 64?
No, the not that canon, but you're close.
Yes. I think there's great potential to have them in a game together. I think it could help increase the sales as well if you pair them up. Obviously it's cool, man. That was one of the biggest takeaways from the movie, and again, I think that when the critic reviews were being discussed online, none of the critics even mentioned that. But for us as gamers, we're like, that's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Like that's really cool, man. I didn't expect to go to that movie and then walk out knowing that they're sisters. Now I'm like, that's pretty badass. Just wasn't expecting to like have that sort of story lore dropped into the movie, right? But again, that's what the critics don't get because they don't play video games, so this doesn't like affect them at all. I'd like to see them in a game together. I don't think it would be like a platformer because you know we got that base covered with Mario and now DK. Now that DK's back in the 3D fold, and obviously we have Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition, and I presume they're gonna continue with that line now that the 2D Mario's kind of been relaunched and we've gotten away from that sterile new Super Mario Brothers games.
Ugh, thank God.
Thank God, yeah. So yeah, I was thinking like what genres could we dive into, right? And you know, maybe be like an adventure game. Obviously, like what was the game? I forget the name. There's 3 of them. Hold on.
Oh, bring them in, beat them ups.
The 4th Bayonetta.
Oh, an action game, yeah.
Dude.
So I was thinking about either of those because, like, if you look at how Princess was fighting, and obviously Rosalina too, they got some kick-ass moves out there. They're beating the shit out of people, and I'm like, huh, yeah, I could see that action element. So I could see something. You were thinking that?
Literally one of the things I was going to. So I have 2. That's why when Johniibo said Souls-like, I'm like, oh, that's funny because I feel like I have 2 interesting type games. One of them I was going to say, and I thought everyone was going to think I was crazy, was a Bayonetta style action game. Obviously not sexualizing the characters.
No.
But like that, you know, that kind of Devil May Cry Bayonetta style action game I think would be really cool. But go ahead. I don't want to.
Yeah. So that would be really cool. You know, I wonder when Nintendo is gonna like do a different IP when it comes to Metroidvania. Like if they're ever going to do that, or if they're just gonna leave it strictly to Metroid to get that, you know, occasional Metroidvania that's 2D. Nintendo hasn't dove into the roguelite yet, and that's really taking off as a genre, so that's a possibility. So I was just trying to look at like what would be some candidates, like where we can you know, some gaps we can fill basically in Nintendo's genres, right? But outside of that, man, I honestly think something like a Bayonetta would go over really well.
Yep.
Give me a Double Dragon style.
Oh, I'd be badass.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce
beat 'em up.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I'm gonna beat 'em up would be really cool too, obviously. But yeah, I'm gonna echo 100% what Stash is saying right away. I thought of 2 games. Bayonetta came to mind. Just how cool that would be to play something that's super fast action combat. We already know Rosalina and Peach have some really cool abilities. Obviously, they can pull from the Smash stuff, but also get creative in the way that Nintendo does. But there's another game that I would love to see a Peach and Rosalina game kind of based on Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. Anyone familiar with Shaolin Monks?
Yeah.
It's a story-driven, somewhat 3D beat-em-up adventure game where you can play as Liu Kang or Kung Lao, and you could do it 2-player or choose one of the 2 characters. I would love to see something like that with Peach and Rosalina. I think that would be rad. Have tons of enemies types from the Mushroom Kingdom and bosses along the way. Tell a fun story. That could be a really fun action 3D style beat-em-up that plays really unique with both local multiplayer and online multiplayer. But I agree. I mean, I think that when you make a movie that does over $1 billion for one of your biggest franchises, anything you do in that film is going to create some sort of momentum, whether it's with Fox McCloud and introducing them to millions of people who have never heard of the character and then launching a new Star Fox not long after that. The same type of momentum for Rosalina. There's a lot of people who are going to have the opportunity now to go back and play Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 with the collection. But let's say they don't. Let's say they're a younger gamer. They didn't grow up, with the Wii. This is an opportunity to bring her back either in a game where kids are going to be able to be like, oh yeah, that's Rosalina from the Mario movie, from the Mario Galaxy movie, or introduce her back in the next big 3D mainline game. We talk about momentum a lot and Nintendo's patterns, and just like it makes so much sense with Fox, I think it makes so much sense with Rosalina. I don't think you create a big story beat like that, a beat that had to be approved by Nintendo, and then just leave it to the wayside after. I think Rosalina is going to be a bigger part of the universe going forward. It just makes too much sense.
Yeah,
it
does.
But yeah,
part of the family
awesome.
now.
She's part of the fam. But yeah, that's my topic. Just a little fun. Well, fun for some of us, but
I had fun, man. It was good.
I want to know if Prime, do you like Yoshi games?
I'm not buying Mysterious Book, if that's what you're asking.
Because I saw that one looks like it's going to be quite easy.
I actually think it's going to be harder than the recent Yoshi games. Only because it's not like a normal platformer like we're used to. So all the previews kind of indicated that it is more like a puzzle game with no timer. You're just trying to complete the puzzles to beat the level and like complete the book. So it's like a completionist puzzle game, basically.
No health.
No health. Yeah, none of that really matters. You're just trying to solve puzzles. And some of the preview people said they even got stuck on some of them. Whether or not that means it's difficult or not, I don't know. But I think it'll be harder to beat than the recent Yoshi games. But it also still doesn't really hold a lot of interest to me, at least right now. But it could. There's time for them to convince me. We'll see. But yeah, it's obviously, especially since you can't die, take any damage.
I'd love to be wrong about what I always say, that Yoshi peaked in 1995.
Yoshi's Island.
I really want to be wrong about that one of these
Woolly,
days.
Woolly World is really good. Woolly World is probably the best one that I can remember outside of.
And I think I reviewed
Yoshi's
Crafted
Island,
World.
yeah.
It's one of the few reviews on my channel was Crafted World, I think.
That was one that came out on Switch, right? People don't
Yeah.
like that one.
Yeah. And my review was pretty positive, but it was mostly it's meant to be like a family game you play with your kids. Yeah. For what it is, that's fine. Like that's what I'm saying. Like even with Princess Peach Showtime, like it doesn't have to appeal to me. It's fine. It's just it was my own mistake. I got overhyped for it because of the theater aspect. Because I'm a theater kid.
It didn't help that it didn't run well.
Well, that didn't help either.
Did not.
The controls were a little unresponsive at times because of that. But anyways, sorry, you asked me. Yeah, I've played prior Yoshi games, but I'm not like I don't buy every single one, and a lot of it's just because it is just kind of I don't know. There's just other things that are more worth my time usually.
I haven't played a Yoshi game since the SNES, so that's the truth. I couldn't even tell you. All I could say about the new Yoshi games is they're beautiful, all of them. Crafted World, Woolly World, the Yoshi in the really big book, all of them.
Serious book. Jeez. Yeah, why don't we get your thoughts on why you don't play Yoshi, GameBird?
Really, there is no reason. I just haven't played one. I'm not upset about it.
And many of them, and you choose every time not to play. At some point, there's got to be a reason you choose not to play. But many releases of Yoshi games over the years.
Listen, I've been Yoshi curious, but
here we go.
I just haven't taken the plunge yet. Maybe this will be.
I get it. I'm the only villain on the show. This is established already. We're good.
I don't know. I think Kirby games are baby games. So,
damn. Even Forgotten Land?
Yeah, I think that's super easy.
Especially Forgotten Land.
I did enjoy the DLC of it though. The I forget what it's called now.
Star-Crossed World.
Star-Crossed
Crystal
World.
Skull.
Yeah.
The Crystal Skull.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. I fucking can't.
Got that Shiloh Buff DLC?
Hell yeah.
I'm good. I already had my turn on this topic. I'm good. Don't come back to me anymore. I'm turning my camera back off.
What's happening?
We're good. I think move on to the super chats.
Well, then just to say that. I don't have to run it.
Bitch, run it.
Damn, I have 3 other co-hosts. Apparently, I have to run shit. Fine.
Someone really hates Crystal Skull. Jeez.
Jesus Christ. I'm not a fan of it. That's for sure. Not a fan of it. It's one of the worst Indiana Jones movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I could do without its existence. I'll say that. There's like 2 scenes in the whole movie I like, and I'm like, you know what? Wasn't worth it for those 2 scenes.
What was the one? What was the one after that? The last one. I can't even remember the name.
Dial of Destiny.
There's the one with the
Dial of Destiny.
Isn't
that one any
Shia LaBeouf
better?
dead in that one?
It was.
Like,
Yeah,
was
Dial
better.
of Destiny was better. Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah.
What was Shia LaBeouf's character's name? What was it?
Mutt.
Mutt.
Yeah,
So
Mutt.
I saw it opening showing, first one, the premiere. Same with Dial. I love Indy. Obviously, Crystal Skull didn't do much for any of us. But when I heard his name, I don't know about you guys, but it just was like, it made me think that this movie might suck. As soon as I heard that name, like, what the fuck are you thinking of? I don't know. That was just in my mind. Like, what are you thinking? Like, who names? Why do you name it that name? That it's stupid.
Well, and it was a complete failure of a movie because the way it ends, they set it up for Shia LaBeouf to basically take over as the new Indy, which never happens because the movie sucked and nobody wanted him to be the next Indy.
Yeah. I know.
I
man.
just
And
remember
it's a cool idea though. The Crystal Skull, the whole story with Crystal
concept.
Skulls is an interesting idea.
The concept is cool. The execution was bad.
You know what was weird about that movie for me is I never saw the last one. So I don't have an opinion on that one, but I remember watching Crystal Skull in theaters and coming out and feeling like it was Indy walking around like set pieces. Like it felt something about it like looked like a set. Like it, you know how like the OG movies they look like real tombs and caverns and
Yeah, they do.
everything looked like a set in that movie to me. I is that weird? Do you know what I'm talking about?
because the Star Wars prequels really suffered from, I mean, obviously they suffered from hardcore like CGI, like none other. But like when I walked out of seeing episode 1, Phantom Menace, the feeling you had is like what the feeling I had when I walked out of that. Just thinking like this doesn't feel tangible. It feels like I can see through Hollywood. Whereas with the original 3 Indies, it didn't at all. Like I felt like I could go to that place. It felt real. Because they actually filmed it like on location. That's the problem with movies these days though. Everything's computerized, man.
It makes me excited for the Zelda movie. They went on location.
Yeah, I love that.
It's gonna be awesome. Can't wait. Okay, I guess everyone went. We can probably go into the Q&A. Are we good? That's what Eric was yelling at me about. I told him, bitch, he can run it. And he's like, bitch, get out of the show. Fuck you. Tamale Brawler. Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam and NHL hits. Got to keep that tradition going, baby.
Isn't there a spiritual successor to NBA Jam? Or
I'm going to say there's no successor. But if you want to talk about how there's been attempts, yes.
Well, he's talking about NBA on the Run, who's being developed by former EA big employees who worked on NBA Street. I talked to them. I'm in their play test, which should be happening soon. They got the commentator from NBA Street. I don't know if you guys remember, but he's going to be on.
He's
the
one of
next
the
game.
best parts of NBA Street. Was
He's going to be on NBA on the Run. So, hopefully it's good, man. That's their intention, is to make it a successor to more NBA Street, not Jam, but
yeah.
We know.
But there are some like NBA Jam like games, right? They like little, I feel like big heads.
There's that game that I bought that I haven't played. That I played just so I could read one. Yeah. NBA Bounce.
And then there was NBA Playgrounds, I think, for a bit.
Playgrounds is trash.
Yeah, that was garbage.
It's so bad.
Then there was that other one that had 2 games, and then EA bought them out.
Well, NBA Jam on Fire Edition.
Yeah, there's NBA Jam on Fire Edition.
You can't play that online anymore. Though, like they took that server off.
We just need to brought back, guys. Look, in my dream scenario, okay, because there's a game I actually really like that no one talks about anymore. NFL Blitz The League.
Yeah.
Fucking love that game. It's got like a 3-season story arc thing going on, and like the commentators are fucking insane. They'll like swear in the middle of the game and be like, he broke his fucking leg. And then it shows the fucking full graphic of the leg shattering, and you're like, dude, this is sick. I like this. I always thought like something like that for NBA Jam, like an NBA Jam The League, where like the commentators are just like unfucking hinged, and like the injuries are fucking crazy, and yet you're still on fire hitting, a 4-pointer from the fucking, that logo. Like, dude, that'd be sick, man. But it's a dream scenario that I know I'm never gonna get. Just like we're never gonna get another The League style blitz if we ever get a blitz again. But I did like the
I don't think we will.
The Blitz The League guys did not play like the arcade one. So that was one of the controversies. It really wasn't arcade like. It was more so Any Given Sunday. If you've seen that movie. It felt a lot like that movie.
I don't think we'll ever get Blitz.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Because the NFL has been neutered.
Kind of like
they won't allow NFL Blitz.
Greenfield eggs.
Yeah.
They just don't exist anymore.
I have the arcade. My arcade went up. And as you guys may or may not know, but they removed the late hits. They removed some of the more violent tackles. But there was a way to mod it and put it back in, which I did. But it's just, that's why we'll never get one. Because the leagues went in a different direction where we don't hurt people anymore.
It's a video game. Get over it.
Well, the NFL used to hurt people.
Well, I know they used
and it was awesome. It was awesome.
They used to release VHS tapes of like the hardest hits.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, my dad's got 2 of them. You put the VHS tape in, you guys, if you've only ever seen the NFL the last 10 years, dude, your mind's going to be fucking blown at the kind of hits they used to allow. Not just allow, celebrate and encourage.
Mm-hmm. It's all for money, though. They'll spin it and say it's for player safety because that's the spin zone. But it's all for money because you protect the players, which then allows more points to be scored and to run up the scoreboard. And that's what gets people watching. People don't love to watch defense. They love to watch points being scored. That's how you make more money.
Well, I know. I
Everything
hate all
with
the
money
specialized quarterback rules. I've always hated the
You know that.
specialized rules to protect
Yeah.
the quarterback. I'm like, look, I don't want my quarterback to get hurt either, but I also, you know what? There's a reason that I have an appreciation for Brett Favre and not as much for Aaron Rodgers, because Brett Favre got to play in the league when you could fucking kill the quarterback.
Mhm.
And he
Yeah, look
kept
at
getting
Troy-
back, he kept getting back the fuck up.
Look at Troy
Now,
Aikman, man.
should he? Yeah, Troy Aikman.
He had so many concussions.
Like, should Favre have gotten back the fuck up? Does he probably have early onset Parkinson's right now? Is what it looks like. He probably should have kept getting back the fuck up. But you know what? He didn't know any better. Probably because he was blacked out and high on fucking pain meds back then. But still, it's like you look at today, and look, it's not any one particular person's fault. Like, you know, Tom Brady gets rolled up on, so then they make the rule you can't fucking go low. It's like, I get it to an extent,
but
at some point it doesn't
had gone through that before.
It doesn't feel like football anymore when you can't tackle a quarterback unless they're scrambling outside of the hashes. It's like, and even then, don't land on them wrong.
I know.
If you land on them wrong, that's also a penalty. Like, fuck out of here, man.
I can't stand it.
I just
ended Clay Matthews' career basically because you know every time he would sack a guy, his arm would brush the helmet and it'd be a flag. It's like, shut the fuck up. Had nothing to do with the play, and it did not affect the safety of the player he tackled. Get out of here. It's like the spirit of the rule. This is beyond that. This is bullshit. Like, yeah, you shouldn't head target. Absolutely. Someone targets the head, you toss their ass out of the fucking game for starters. Like, yeah, you shouldn't need a special rule for that. That should just be fucking obvious. But all this incidental, I brushed the face mask when I went to swipe it, the fuck off. Unless you hooked the face mask and pulled, fuck off. That should be a penalty.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
It's dumb. It's dumb. But I'm serious, guys. Go back, and it's probably on YouTube. Just go back and look at some of the hardest hits of the 90s. Holy shit, dude. You're wondering how people got up. Dude, they would go high, low, over the middle on a wide receiver all fucking day. And those receivers would just get back up. Nothing happened. Now, do they probably have a concussion? You fucking ain't right, they do. The concussion stuff was real. The NFL was covering it up. But, God, it was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was.
Why do you think people like watching UFC? Hell, they still do the professional slap battles. I thought that would be canceled by now. Nope, that's still fucking going. Why? Hey, dude, you're watching people intentionally get concussions. That's what you're doing. You're watching them. Why are you watching? Because it's kind of insane to watch somebody just unload. How often, before the professional slap battle thing set up by the UFC, did you see people just completely unload and take a full power slap to the face? It never happens. People are always dodging and moving. And here you are just fucking watching in real time. You could feel like you could see the brain moving and slamming against the head. And then watch them just fall over. And I'm like, dude, this is so brutal. They are fucking themselves up for such little money. But also, this is kind of entertaining. Like,
I miss it.
I'm a little amused.
I miss it all. I miss Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Oh, I love people unloading GameBird. You didn't have to keep that to the chat. You
90s.
could have just said it out loud.
I miss that, dude. I
don't
miss
lie.
that. I miss when boxing, when you
I've been
box.
around the creamy bird, man. He likes to unload too. Just please don't do it on me. Next up, Demonic Brawler. Do you think Splatoon Raiders will move?
Well, I think it has it does have motion controls, so yeah.
Nice.
Easy answer.
I do think it will move consoles in Japan, specifically in Japan. Splatoon is huge in Japan. I don't know if the lack of multiplayer is gonna cause it not to, but I still think like they want more Splatoon stuff.
Yeah, probably. I look, will it be a system sell? I think in Japan it'll move some units because Splatoon's really popular in Japan. But outside of Japan, it's like Dragon Quest moves units for Nintendo in Japan as well. So like there's just certain IPs that are just really big in Japan, and Splatoon's one of them. But outside of Japan, like I think it can move some units. I think you're not gonna see like a Pocopia bump, but I do think it'll be like whatever the system's been doing, it just kind of maintains those sales, kind of like a momentum maintainer more so than like elevating the momentum. That's what I think will happen. Obviously, we don't really know. It's releasing in July, so we'll see. Next up here we have Steak 1024 says the real question: how do the water graphics look? Now, I will say this: in Splatoon, it's a little disappointed in the water graphics. How about you guys? Splatoon Raiders, it's glancing at the water. I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, the Cream Master forgot to unmute himself again. No shocker here.
Sorry. Just what I had to say was very powerful and profound. No, I'm under the impression that like this is like kind of a jacked up apocalyptic world, and even when you look at the water in Salmon Run, it's like completely polluted and disgusting and like sewagey looking. So I don't think Splatoon has very nice water. I don't know. It didn't stand out in Raiders to me. You know,
yeah,
in the way that,
despite the fact there are islands surrounded by water, I'm like, the water graphics didn't really look like much to me. Like, to be fair, we're not really doing anything in the water. We're on the land the whole time, but as far as we're aware. But yeah,
not in the same way that like the water impressed me in Mario Kart 8. You know,
yeah, they should have just gave us Wave Race so we could show everyone how it should be. Yep. But look, we got to throw this question to Stash. He's the water graphic guy. Splatoon Raiders water graphics. Are we off base, or are you excited by those water graphics? Either they look good.
They didn't stand out to me.
Yeah. Probably has zero impact on my interest in the game because this isn't a game where we're in the water, so it doesn't really matter. But
DK Bonanza had some amazing water graphics, especially in that the beach level. Where you get like the rainbow thing that lets you go up in the sky. That level has such beautiful water. And I'm like, I want more of this.
Dude, I can't wait to see what they do with water in the next 3D Mario. It's going to be nice.
Yep. Mario Sunshine was the very first time that I started using water as like an indicator of how good the graphics are in a game. I'll never forget seeing the water in Sunshine and being like, I just want to be in that for some reason. Or I just
want to be honest. The water alone has me interested in Winds and Waves.
There you go.
Just the water alone. Forget the Pokemon. Forget the setting.
So you might like the game more for having a lot of water.
Just because I could stand on the beach and look at it. Yeah.
I mean, I do too. Like if a game has a lot of water, I might actually like it more.
Yeah, you want to make a game that's just like the movie Waterworld? I'm there.
Oh, totally, dude. 100%.
I love that movie. I love
especially if it's as good as the show at Universal.
Oh.
We already got a really great Waterworld game. It's my favorite game of all time, Wind Waker.
Too much water game.
No. Now you're gonna talk about Waterworld on Virtual Boy.
I'm surprised IGN didn't repeat the too much water in that game. I thought for sure. But no, they kept it just to the Pokemon. You want to talk about a literal game that you spend 90% of your time sailing endless water. But it's really good looking water.
It is.
Demonic Brawler. I think in fall 2027, a Switch 2 Lite will release.
Okay, so my prediction that I've said a handful of times on this podcast is that we'll get the Switch Lite with Pokemon Wind and Waves. Perfect time. Perfect time.
Rumors, and again, this is rumors. I haven't dug too deep into it. That's why I wasn't in today's video, but I'm going to be glancing a bit. Rumors today seem to be suggesting that Winds and Waves is coming out towards like September or October of next year. So you're talking holiday next year, which is quite
perfect bundle.
Quite light. Also, does that mean the 3D Mario's next year that comes out sooner? Or does that be a November game and then this is the October game? They just flip-flop a bit. For the
I don't think
holidays.
there's going to be a 3D Mario next year, and I don't think there's going to be a 3D Mario until 2030. That's where I'm at right now.
Whoa!
Yes, yes.
Whoa!
It makes me look sane. I love it.
Holy moly!
I'm on Mario for 2020. So
I want it solely because I want them to be like Nintendo's forgotten about Mario video and take it seriously and just don't release anything until 2030.
So you ironically want it to be 2030.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wanting a new 3D Mario for 8 years.
Well, who hasn't? If you like 3D Mario, like you've been wanting one since the last one.
I think it's utterly ridiculous that there has been this long of a gap, and Donkey Kong doesn't count. I don't care what anybody says; it doesn't count.
Well, yeah, because it's Donkey Kong. Who says Donkey Kong counts as Mario?
I don't know. Mario's
made by the same team.
So
technically, Mario is a Donkey Kong.
Kong.
Spinoff. Well, you get technical. It's a Donkey Kong spinoff.
That's like saying, what's the new Game Freak game, Beast of Reincarnation? That's like saying, oh, we're getting Pokemon this year.
How?
I mean, that's my argument.
Completely different IP. Unless the Beast in there.
Donkey Kong is not 3D Mario. It's a different.
But Mario originated in Donkey Kong.
So
Mario's a spinoff. This has been a debate going on for like decades.
Is this real? Stop.
Because Jumpman became Mario, and then Mario spun off into his own game.
Right,
but
wait. You haven't heard this argument that Donkey Kong
I have not
is
heard
our replacement for 3D Mario?
All I'm hearing is that
sort of
brain
neat.
cells have been depleted across the globe. That's all I'm hearing.
All right. Well, when Mario's in 2028, I'll take my flowers. Anyways, I know Nate the Hate said next year, so who knows? It might be next year, might not be. We have no idea. This thing's not even announced yet. But in terms,
I
of
also hope he's wrong. That's another one of my hot takes. I hope he's wrong.
I mean, I'd like it to be this year, to be clear.
Dude, that is the dumbest take I've ever heard. Not your 2030. That it's still a pretty bad take, but the Mario is Donkey Kong. It's like being like, man, I really wish we were getting Shovel
Come
Knight.
on, people have to back me up on this one.
We're the follower. It's
Have
not
you-
Shovel Knight.
Have you never heard the argument that Mario is just a spinoff from Donkey Kong?
I'm not
It's like a
saying that.
legit argument.
No, I haven't heard the argument that we already got Mario, Donkey Kong. I haven't heard that argument.
You haven't heard that?
That's
man.
No, it's what Johniibo was saying.
That's
Yeah,
Johniibo.
yeah. You're not saying it's that,
No,
but
no,
you're saying that people have
People have
made
said
that argument.
Yes,
is
I'm not
insane.
saying that.
The only argument I've made is that the 3D Mario team made it, and that's why Mario's not coming out till 2028. That's the only argument I made. It doesn't replace 3D Mario. It's just that team just happened to be working on it. But I understand younger developers, all this stuff. Again, nothing's been announced yet. So for right now, every year that ticks by without 3D Mario is 1 year closer to me being right. And the thing is, I don't want to be. I don't want Mario in 2020. I want it this year, but I'm at least on one hand, my expectations are very low for seeing Mario anytime soon. So you won't be seeing me make any videos about how Nintendo forgot about Mario because I already expect them not to talk about Mario. Anyways, getting back to the question, the Switch 2 Lite or the statement. Stash has been on that train for a bit about it launching with Pokemon. Obviously, it makes a lot of sense to do that. Get a cheaper model out when Pokemon comes out. I've said for a while the soonest it could come was this holiday, but that was also back when I thought there was Wind and Waves will be this holiday. So since that's not the case, honestly, it's just when it's ready. They'll launch it alongside something.
Do you think it's going to be a Switch 2 Lite or a Switch 2 SP?
I mean, if it's an SP, that would get people to double dip. Clamshell, baby.
Clamshell.
I agree with like the
I
brighter
would double.
screen too.
I would double dip.
I'm double dipping no matter what. I don't care.
You know what?
Johniibo, you're interested. Like if they drop the
Jesus
Switch
Christ.
2 SP, you're in.
Oh yeah, man. I'm in if that Legend of Zelda one is real.
Yeah,
I'll get
absolutely.
Yeah, that
The
too.
Switch 2 SP Zelda edition.
You know, we got a
Absolutely.
factor is obviously, you know, like I said, I was saying 2027 with Pokemon.
What's going on anymore?
But you also got to look at what Xbox and PlayStation are going to be doing at around that time, because if you release your Switch Lite at the same time they're releasing a console, and you're releasing that Switch Lite obviously for a lower price, and your price of entry to get into the Switch 2 ecosystem is, you know, $400, $350. Meanwhile, Xbox is charging $700, PS6 $700, and you can get into a next gen ecosystem for half the price. That's how you strike hard right there. You say, hey, Switch Lite and Pokemon, we got everything you want right here.
I think Switch 2, like, there's an outside shot it can come out this holiday, but I think next year holiday makes more sense, just because of Pokemon. But I can see a path depending on what they release. I think, you know, yeah, 2027 holiday makes more sense. But the soonest would be this upcoming holiday, and I think just I don't know. I don't think it'll be. I think it'll be next year. So realistically. We have this one come in. Commander Brawler, would a 2 terabyte micro SD Express card cost more than a base Switch 2 console? If it launched today, it'll be close to the same price.
Well,
I paid
$199.
I paid
Yeah.
$150 for a terabyte.
Yeah. I think I paid $180 for mine that I have. It's the Lexar one. They're, you know, their standard's like $200, but sometimes you can find it cheaper. Sometimes it's more expensive. I'm just thinking about like the memory prices right now and how crazy it is, and then you consider that even before the memory prices were crazy, a terabyte was already $200 base, outside of sales. So right now today, I think if a 2 terabyte launched, it would be over $400.
You think so?
Well, you got to consider right now. I'm gonna go double check right now. The 1 terabyte last I checked on Amazon was $350 right now. I don't know if people realize the price has gone up.
I don't know. I saw Wario post some for $180.
Yeah, you always find deals. Yeah, the 1 terabyte micro SD Express is currently $350 on Amazon. Now, I want to tell you right now, you can get that exact same card. You can get it over on Costco for $170. But Costco, it's been $170 since they launched there. I think they just bought a whole bunch of stock up front, and you know they're just selling it online. You can't buy it in the store; you can only buy it online. So it's from whatever Costco warehouse. But yeah, it is interesting seeing the price has gone up, and this is not like aftermarket pricing. This $350 I'm seeing on Amazon. This is not like, you know, a reseller. This is not directly sold by Lexar. $350. And that's not it. You can see non-express cards have gone up in price as well. It's kind of insane, actually. Man, dude, it's crazy to me to see the 512 up at $150. That is fucking nuts. So yeah, absolutely. I think it would be around $400 or more, probably more, if it launched today. Now, if we're going to talk more realistically, and I know this because I have contacts at Lexar. I can't speak to the other companies. They've talked to me at length about the difficulties they're having making a 2 terabyte. It's mostly a heat problem, which is why it doesn't exist yet by anyone, because no one's really solved the heat issue, which is a big deal because it erases the memory card, which you don't want to be using a 2 terabyte memory card and having to get wiped every fucking day. So if that ever gets solved, I think it's still probably going to take some engineering and some work and some honestly just technological advancement to shrink components to make them use less power. I think it's probably still going to be a couple years away. Like if you think about the 1 terabyte for Switch, guys, we didn't have that at launch either. Those 1 terabyte just normal micro SDs, we didn't have those until almost halfway through the Switch's life. So this 2 terabyte, I suspect to be a kind of a similar thing. You're looking 2028, 2029 by the time we get it. And at that point, there'll be a regime change in the US. So hopefully some of the tariffs and other stuff come down a bit. But even if that doesn't, the number one issue right now is obviously the AI is eating up all the memory chips. So hopefully by then we're past that too. And then prices can stabilize again. And then we can maybe see, the 1 terabyte will always be between 150 to 200 for a while. But maybe we could see a 300 2 terabyte potentially. And obviously you can maybe find it on sale at Costco and other places. But yeah, right now it'd be really expensive. Especially because if anyone released one right now, they'd be the only supplier of 2 terabyte. And they would sell out. They could probably charge 500 and sell out. Because they'd be the only supplier. And you'd be surprised how many people would be willing to buy a 2 terabyte at 500. There'd be enough that it would sell out. Because people get frustrated having to uninstall games.
Yeah. So they can install those games that they don't play. It's true.
Been over this with Stash before.
Hey, when I was on John's podcast, you remember that info I brought?
Yeah, what was like 14% or something?
Do you remember? Yeah, 14% of people complete the games they play.
I'm definitely not in that 14%. Like I do not complete most of the games I play.
Yeah, so saying that is factually 100% accurate. But I just said
I probably don't complete every game I play. I do
hey,
beat
man,
a lot.
as long as you're better than 14%, pat yourself on the back.
I beat a lot of them. I do beat a lot of the games, but I don't beat all. And I think sometimes it's just I had a good time, but then sometimes you just get your fill. And like there just isn't enough going on to motivate me to finish it off. That's usually what happens. I get like 80% through, and then there isn't enough there to drive me to finish it. So then I stop. And I don't really know why. I got a number of games like that like I'm close to beating, but I didn't. And then I also have a bunch of games I beat, but I should really think about that sometime. Like why did I beat one game, but then the other one I stopped right before I could have beat it?
You should.
I'm not really sure why.
It's a big red flag.
Some of it's a story thing. I know some of it is story because there are some games I play where it's a story, and the story drives me because I got to see the end. I got to know what happens.
Yeah,
but then there's some games where it's like you already know. Like I already know what's gonna happen.
Like the mouse is gonna get the cheese in the end.
Yeah, like I know what's gonna happen, and then they're like, you don't know shit because you didn't beat it, and then like I'll just go watch the ending quick. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I fucking thought was gonna happen. Like I don't
that
need to
doesn't count as beating a game.
I don't wait. I don't need to wait. Did I say it counts as beating the game? I said I'm not gonna waste another 15 hours just to see what I already knew was gonna happen because I'm not having enough fun, and the story's not motivating me enough. So, and yet I beat Princess Peach Showtime. Just fuck. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with
that?
me?
That is a red flag when you put all that together.
To be fair, it's a really easy to beat game. I didn't 100%.
I mean, it's not though.
That.
It's
I did
not.
100%.
It's really hard to sit through.
It is not a hard to beat game.
No, I mean it's really hard to like. You have to be really disciplined to sit through it and get to the end. Like you and I both.
Not very long. You don't have to be that disciplined.
I mean,
you have to beat everything in it to beat the game. That's the thing. You know.
I wanted to see most of it though, so I could, since I was reviewing it, and
it's fucking red
flag.
Like
halfway through, I knew I was falling on the sword for everybody. I'm like, I got to get this review out quick to let everyone know, like, hey, don't buy this for yourself. Feel free to buy it for your kids, but not for yourself. Great for kids. But then Nate, you said your kids hated it, right?
They weren't a fan. They picked it up, tried it, and said, fuck this.
Yeah. So if it's not for kids,
Your kid said that was the
Literally,
exact words that your kid said.
my daughter said this game is fucking bullshit. I said, okay, I don't know what to tell you. You don't have to like this game. It's fine.
She was 4 at the time.
Like $60 on this game. I was hoping one of my kids would like it. My bad. Won't be doing that again. All right, the Bottom Brawler says if it was 1997, Splatoon Raiders would have been $90. Oh, the 90s, man.
I'm actually surprised the lawsuit against Nintendo isn't over Princess Peach Showtime.
I didn't say it was so bad they should get sued.
Yeah, they should for domestic violence.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Dude, Eric, when we're done, you could just push me down the stairs. Just knock me the fuck out. Okay. Next up here, JCZ says, hey, I'm road tripping to PAX West for the first time this year.
Nice.
You guys typically do a fan meetup thing. I love something signed by you all. Well, guarantee you can run into us. We're
we
literally
usually meet up behind the 7-Eleven with some 40s.
And candy.
Every day before the show floor opens, we're there bright and early behind the 7-Eleven with the 40s. Because we know this is gonna be a long ass fucking day. We're gonna talk to so many
Old English
people.
Yeah.
Like, so many people come up to us where we gotta fucking clear the brain with that shit.
Or Mickey's.
There we go. Anyways, so we don't really do like a fan meetup thing, but we're just fucking busy.
We don't drink before. we are like seriously so busy. We do at night though. Like
we do at night. Yeah. We do at night. Obviously, like, you know, I assume on the 3rd we'll probably end up having a few drinks just because it's the day before and we're chilling and having meals. That said,
Bird's birthday.
Bird's birthday is that Saturday. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
birthday.
I know we'll be out Saturday night. That being said, you know, we don't really do like a typical fan meetup thing. I'm not saying we never will, but we're just so busy with so many appointments that it's really hard to do that. That said, it's if you go there and we know what day you're going to be there, if you want to like reach out on Discord or something, I don't know, problem like letting you know like whereabouts we might be somewhere on the show floor if you want to come up and say hi. We had fans meet us last year. Not like, you know, like a big meetup. They just met us on the show floor. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and obviously feel free to come say hi if you see us.
Yeah, we're there all day, like every day, all day. We're at that show floor. Because we just got so much to play, and like, look, even last year, you know, you get done and it's like there's still more we could have played. Like there's just so much to do there. But yeah, no, absolutely feel free. Anyone that comes to PAX West, feel free to come up and say hi to us. I'll at least have stuff on me to sign. I always have stuff on me to be able to sign people's stuff, whether it's Sharpies or even the paint pens, because some people have like things that Sharpies don't really work on. So yeah, feel free to come up and chit chat with us. Last year we gave some people some stickers. I don't know if what we'll do this year if we want to hand out anything to people that come up, but it's a good time to meet the crew.
Yeah, it's fun.
So yeah, and who knows? If you go to some of the other events there, you might catch us once in a while. Like when we went to, God, what was that thing we went to with all the indie games? Yeah, the mix.
The mix.
Got a feeling we'll probably hit the mix up again. You're there. Yeah. You're probably going to meet us because it's really hard not to see us.
That's the best environment too for like, of all the places. Like it's like you said, there's a lot of appointments. Any fans of the show that want to meet, I know I think I can speak for everyone. Well, like any possible way to meet you guys, we most certainly will, so long as we don't have an appointment that we have to be at. We love meeting you guys. The mix is awesome though, because it's super cash. It's super cash. There's indie games everywhere. And you get to kind of just like, you're not dealing with the big crowds and the big lines. Everyone's just kicking it, having drinks, mingling, trying out the latest indie games. It's just a really great setup to hang and actually meet and stuff. So definitely, if we got that going on this year and you're interested in meeting the NintenByte crew, hit up the mix.
They're doing it. I talked to them already.
Yeah, they do it every night. Yeah, it's a pretty well known thing. Well, a lot of the people that are in there, guys, are like creators and game devs, but they do let fans in. You know, I think there might be a cover charge to get in. I don't know. We get in for
they
free.
have to though too, because it's the end of August and it gets hot in there, so you have to.
Yeah.
You have to bring fans in there.
Technically, they had a food truck there. I just didn't go to it, but they had like a taco truck or something.
Yeah.
Something was going on. But I didn't actually eat at it. Maybe I'll eat at it this year. We'll see.
Right?
We'll see. Okay. So yeah, absolutely. Just hit us up and we'll be somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Seattle for a week. So Karkun, do we get a lawsuit for Sony / Legion Go price changes? I was gonna say I actually read some comments, because it's trending on X that the whole lawsuit thing, and I was just glancing at some of it during the show, and I'm like, dude, there are people legitimately being like, why is there a lawsuit against Nintendo but not against any of the other video game companies at all? Like Sony jacked the price like 5 times during this whole thing, and then they're just gonna get all their money back. Nobody cares
Because it was Nintendine and Tripster that sued Nintendo.
They're the two. They're the two. We've got their real names now. Yeah. So no, as far as I'm aware, there's no lawsuit currently for any of the Sony or any of the other companies who raise their prices in the video game space. Obviously, as the GameFile article said, there's other companies not in the video game space that have lawsuits. Okay. Link to Man, do you think the next 3D Mario will have the movie character models? No. Anyone else?
Yeah, I don't think so. You know why? I'm gonna say something harsh. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Don't take offense to it, but the consumer's too stupid. You guys know this. They'll confuse it. This is so true.
I thought you were going to say Illumination has different animators than.
No, the consumer will think it's the movie, and the movie is the game, and the game is the movie, and which one's which?
People get the tweets ready to attack me over this comment right now. I can't wait.
It's going to be called Super Mario Galaxy. It's going to be a reboot.
I'm going to get so much blowback.
Dude, they will be. The consumer will be so confused. The NPCs will be walking in circles. That's just the truth of it.
It's a dirty Mountain Dew. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, hey, I saw that at the store today. Okay, I almost bought it, but they only had 12 packs.
See, I got the bottle here.
It's $11.99 for a 12 pack of soda. I'm like, yeah, right.
What is it?
It's a cream soda. It's a dirty Mountain Dew. It smells like
Mountain Dew cream.
Yeah. Cream soda, yeah, I know. I really want to try it.
I'm surprised Bird doesn't have like multiple cases behind him right now, just ready to go. So
I need to try this.
Cream.
Is this your first time experiencing the cream?
Yep.
And thoughts?
Cream soda is better with a cola, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's okay.
Better, not as good.
It's not bad. It's not bad. The one thing I like the most about cream soda is always the aftertaste, and this has that nice creamy aftertaste. So it's not bad. It's better in a soda, and like in a cola. I think cream soda colas do better. Whether it's Coke or Pepsi or off-brand doesn't matter. It's okay.
Let me order a cola.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Do you guys have cream cola by any chance?
Can a liter of cola?
Yeah,
my favorite part is my favorite part is the creamy aftertaste.
Oh God.
Lord.
So it's decent.
Yeah, it's not bad.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
It sounds like a 7 to me.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
He won't say 7 though, because I just said it.
He gives it a 7 out of 10. Too much cream.
Yeah.
I'd
probably say 6.
You got to let it sit in the mouth for like 5 seconds before.
Now here's the thing. I haven't tried the actual full sugar one yet because
full sugar is always better.
I am
that's always
I am pre-diabetic, so I pretty much need to do the 0 sugar ones.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't mean that I won't every once in a while drink regular soda, but I haven't tried that one in regular yet.
So the zero sugar version, I'll give it a 7.
Okay.
It's okay.
Is it
Like,
regular?
I'll drink it again. Like, I'll have it again.
What's stronger, the Mountain Dew flavor or the cream? Like, what's more prominent?
It's kind of equal.
Yeah, it is actually kind of
It's kind of equal. It starts off, you taste Mountain Dew, and then the aftertaste is cream. So it just kind of.
I don't know why this cream talk is.
Johniibo.
I know. Johniibo's like
cream sit in your mouth for a while.
40? You're having a problem with cream at 40? You might want to talk to your doctor about that.
The moment you started talking about cream, I saw Johniibo like sweating instantly. Just started sweating.
Johniibo better not come to PAX West because he wouldn't handle our crew. Cream is like the topic of conversation for the whole event.
It's the foundation.
I don't even, dude. Why don't we have a podcast shirt that's about cream?
I don't know.
We got to get this solved. This has to happen. We got to come up with a design.
Creamcast?
Yes, the next time it's the Core 4, it's the Creamcast.
Yeah, because
I'll be the only one that literally has cream. I'll have like a fucking whipped cream can or some shit. All right, Jorge. If Miyamoto were to not be around at some point,
that's dark.
Well, I mean, that's literally going to happen someday. But thanks for making me think about it. Who do you think would take over his creative fellow with multimedia projects? Hard to tell if anyone else within Nintendo are interested. There would be someone to represent Nintendo for their multimedia projects. Who it would be? I have no idea. One of the Takahashis. I got like 3 of them at the company. But they're also like up there in age. So, like I'm trying to think like who would realistic, because like the problem is that Miyamoto is such the perfect guy for the role because he created most of these IPs. Like there's not going to be anyone else who has that level of experience. So it's like, who would be the best person? There really isn't one because Miyamoto can't really be replaced. So it just has to be someone to represent Nintendo's interest. I think what ends up happening is okay. Stash, before you go, I don't think any one person does replace him. I think, as an example, who's ever managing the Zelda IP, they'll be the ones doing feedback for Zelda movies. Who's ever managing Mario, they'll be the ones doing feedback for Mario stuff. I think it'll be a team of people rather than one individual, which right now they could do one individual because every movie they're making deals with properties this guy created. So, but who do you think it would be if it's one person, Stash?
I think this is an easy rehire.
Okay.
Reggie.
He ain't coming back.
He already knows. I know, but he'd be perfect because he's worked with everyone. He knows all the IPs. He knows, as an American, how to work with Japan, which is not easy to work with other countries. He understands their economy. He understands our economy. You could go on and on about why he'd be actually perfect, and you leave everyone else to work on the games.
Yeah.
And he'd love it too. It wouldn't even feel like work for him knowing him.
They probably wouldn't, to be clear.
Yeah.
He's such a chill guy. True dude. I still need a definitive edition of Yoshi's Woolly World. Yoshi's Woolly World. Also, do you think we see a new system added to Nintendo Classics this year?
We already got one, Virtual Boy.
I think obviously that's already out, so this would be in the future.
I could definitely see another system coming.
I'm trying to help you out, True Dude. You asked something and he's like, we already got one. I'm like, well,
I
he's
know.
not talking about the past.
I was going to give you a real answer. It is the Wii's 20th anniversary in November. DS. We've talked about DS. We've talked about things like Saturn,
Power Glove.
Dreamcast. Dreamcast would be sick.
Dreamcast would be so sick. Yeah, I did a video on that. Why I think Dreamcast could still come, despite Sega remaking a bunch of titles. Like, I think that gives even more credibility.
They're not even remakes; they're new games.
Yeah, or they're reinventing. Yeah,
time to bring Dreamcast to NSO and then slam them with those classics right before you get the new ones out.
And bring back the Power Glove. Come on, Nintendo, I'm ready.
One of the worst accessories of all time, but one of the most badass looking accessories of all time.
Yeah, but if they could do the Virtual Boy, like, why wouldn't they do the Power Glove? Give people, like, just to have that piece of Nintendo history too.
Virtual Boy is
so cool.
This is an accessory. It's a difference.
Yeah.
It's a lame excuse. They should absolutely bring it back for NSO members or some shit. Like, it's a no-brainer. It would sell.
The Wii and DS are next.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what you do is you have it include an NES controller that has like a slot to hot swap in a Joy-Con, so you can actually try to use it with like actual Switch games. But it's still going to be a bad experience.
I'd still like to see the Satellaview games. I mean, I have the ones I want, like, already, but I think it'd be really cool to have them. Yeah, 64DD again. You know, like I've talked about that.
Look,
there really wasn't much brought to it, though.
Dude, there's a bunch of Nintendo games on it. We're missing the audio. It's a Philips CDI.
I was just gonna say that.
Why are we not getting that added, baby?
You're gonna bring Hotel Mario.
If you're gonna give us Virtual Boy, where most of the games are trash, then give us CDI, baby.
You got to bring all the Zelda games over.
I need my Hotel Mario. I need my Wanda Gamelon. Let's go.
No. We need a physical collection of the CDI Zelda games for Zelda's 40th anniversary. I think that would be sick. I actually think that, like, despite those games being like a meme for the franchise, I think that would actually be really fun.
And that physical collection are all Philips CDI original discs. So you still have to own the OG system to play this collection. Or they release a Philips CDI add-on to Switch to. Dude, can you imagine if they added Philips CDI? Because they got to add the controllers, right? And the Philips CDI has some fucked up controllers. Yeah. But imagine they release those controllers, and just to keep it tradition, they're just as shitty and broken as they were back then. But dude, it was bad. The control stick wouldn't even work half the fucking time. And I might even be like, yeah, N64 controllers, I broke tons of those sticks. This was supposedly a brand new one. It just out the gate just sucked. The Philips CD, the quality control on the controllers was trash. Of course, so was the quality control on the system too, which is why half of them didn't even fucking work.
Yeah.
But fuck, man. Super Groover, like the name there. Can you invite Monando Max to the podcast, please? It's a YouTuber, right? Mm-hmm. I don't even.
Yeah.
I don't watch his stuff. I don't know.
I was gonna say he's a nice kid. I don't know how old Max is, but you know, I'm old, so I guess I could probably call him. He's a nice young man. I subscribe to his channel. I follow him. I think actually he'd be cool to have on.
Cool.
I'd like to have him on, actually. That's a good question.
One of us should reach out.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen any of his stuff, so I'm looking at his channel right now. Never seen any of it. He's got good thumbnails, though. I like his thumbnails.
Yeah, he does.
All right. Venata712 has a quote from Miyamoto, probably. Instead of releasing another Mario game, we've decided to embrace a brand new IP worthy of acclaim. Henry the Hamster.
Ah, yes.
I remember when he said that.
I think you just sent Miyamoto to his grave. Hope you feel shame.
Henry the Handmaiden.
I promise, no promise at all, to not send my entire fan base after you when they find out that this is the comment that ended Miyamoto's life. Just straight up. He read it. He's watching the show. Heart stopped.
Hey, don't go sending your fan base after anyone.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I can't believe. Oh, you referenced that. I can't believe it. Dude, I finally blocked him today, but I was like, I always knew I was gonna. I always knew I was gonna block him as soon as it wasn't fun for me anymore. You're done. And then the comment today when he said he got multiple death threats from my fan base, and I sat there. I'm like, huh, multiple death threats from my fan base. Fun fact, buddy, I never featured you to my fan base. They don't even know who the fuck you are. So you want to lie again about the death threats that came from my fan base that doesn't even know who the fuck you are? Like, this is so stupid.
The stamina on that guy. He just had he had no quit in him.
No, he had no quit. He's just gonna keep
because I get notifications every time because I got tagged in it, and so I'm just like, how is this still going? Every time
Dude, the amount of ways he kept trying to twist into gotcha to get me to give him the exact answer he wanted. I'm like, dude, what the fuck do you think I'm going to do? You think I don't see what you're doing? You've been doing it since the very first comment. Why would I give you the answer that you want? I gave you answers that you didn't like. That's not my problem. You don't have to like my answers. My answers don't
too many answers, if you ask me.
Dude, it was so fun. I was having so much fun with that guy. Oh my God. And then finally today I was like, all right, dude, this guy's he's literally never going to stop ever. All right, cool. I'll send him one last final message after he just did like a 4 giant tweet thing about his honest opinions about me. And it was just nothing but straight insults for like 4 paragraphs. And I'm like, cool. Well, my honest thoughts are you're kind of a sad man, but you won't miss my next action. that I blocked them. Like, dude, that guy, man. God, he's got to have no life to do what he's doing, man. Because it's not, he doesn't just do it to me. You can check his profile. He does it to so many fucking people. I'm like, dude, he's got no life.
Yeah, I peeked at his
girlfriend and friend at a movie last night. I don't believe that for fucking 2 seconds.
When it first started, this conversation, like 2 days ago, I went to his profile and looked at the replies, and I'm like, just as I suspected.
Dude, you can just tell. It's so dumb.
It's always a certain breed of people, you know.
Yeah.
It takes a special someone. Like, dude, I don't have time for this.
And guys, I know all the comments out there about just block the guy. I know you don't understand. I'm kind of cynical. I kind of enjoy fucking with people. And since I can't really do that because I'm a public figure, fucking with people is a really bad look. It's not a bad look to fuck with the person who's trying to fuck with you. So it's rare I get a moment like this because most people back down. They back the fuck down. They can't handle the heat. Oh, no. This guy wouldn't back the fuck down. He just kept trying to bring more heat. I'm like, at one point I was talking to Yulia today, and I just said, this guy has repeated himself. I just counted in 33 tweets. He's just said the same thing. In 33 tweets.
It was so many.
This is how obsessed this guy is. He keeps trying to roundabout, like, bully me to answer this question, claiming that me avoiding it is like, what was it? Me avoiding the question was an admittance or whatever, because I refused to answer it. And I'm like, no, I answered the question, and then you tried to gotcha me after that answer didn't give you what you wanted. I'm not going to give you your gotcha answer. Are you stupid? Like, you're going to think what you want anyways. He lives in his own reality. So anyways, we can move on because most of the chat has no fucking clue what we're talking about, nor do you have to. Don't bother looking into this. It's stupid. It was a Twitter thread thing. This is unusual even for me. I usually don't have a guy go this hard. Usually it's like a one-off comment to Tripster, and then I don't even worry about responding because there's nothing else to say.
He never responds either.
No, he doesn't. Or he'll like come to my tweets. He'll say something. I'll respond. He won't say anything after. It's like, dude, you just got wrecked. What the fuck else are you gonna say?
Yeah, I've never seen him reply to you.
No, he replied, I think, one time.
I think once, maybe.
Yeah. It was like once, and it was not a good response. It was just as fucked up as his original comment. I'm like, dude.
I kind of think he's a bot. Like, I don't think that's a real person.
I've had that Same exact.
My problem is
thought.
I've met people like him, like in real life, like the way they think and behave. That makes me go like, God, I don't even know if a bot would do this. Like this guy is just unhinged. Of course, I haven't seen a photo of him. Apparently, Johniibo knows what Tripster looks like. I have no idea.
Well, I know what he apparently looks like.
I've never seen it, so I don't know. Nor do I really care, to be honest. Daniel Alvarez, Nintendo, you better give Prime his $10. Yeah, what did I buy that was increased in price? I bought a Pro controller. I bought a camera, the official camera. And I bought... Did they up the price of the they must have, because I think they upped the price of all the accessories. So that would mean I bought the charge grip. So that one would be that'll be like $15 refund there. What else? I bought an extra set of Joy-Con as well. And I think those went up what? $5 or $10? Can't remember. So maybe Nintendo owes me a 20. I don't give a fuck. They don't owe me shit. I knew what the price was when I paid for it. I'm good. When I bought it, that money's gone out of my bank. It's already written off. I'm good. I'm not looking to get that $20 back.
No one held me to gunpoint, told me I have to buy this.
Again, be a little more up in arms if it was about food, but even then, we've been over this food stuff. They're not going to refund it ever. So, besides, I always look at it, guys. This might sound fucked up. I don't know how fucked up this take is, but the government's the one that took the money, right? And they're the ones being forced to give it back. Well, I seem to remember COVID happened and the government was just handing out free money to everyone. So I kind of already got my check from the government. I think I'm good. That check was way more than what I paid last year for stuff, so I'm good. I'm not a greedy bastard. I don't need all the money. Just save some for the $100 billion corporations. Super Grover became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, man. New member over there on someone's channel. I think, yeah, Stash's channel.
Appreciate it.
Neither were my channel. So, cool. Well, that's it. We went through everything, guys. That's going to do it for this week's episode of the NintenByte Podcast. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. We'll start with our guest, of course, Johniibo.
I'm Johniibo everywhere, mostly fighting with Nintendine and Tripster on X.
It's like he just full of admits, this is what I do.
I got nothing better to do. I don't know. I don't know what else I'm doing.
This is what I do.
That's my number one thing right now. Making videos, being a Nintendo shill, and living life.
There it is. All right. Then we got the Birdman.
What is up? Yes. You guys know where to find me here on YouTube at GameBird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I've started doing my Tuesday night streams every night at 7:30 Pacific time. Right now, they've just been little GameBird and chill moments, just hanging out with people, letting them come in, ask questions, hang out, chat, talk about games, movies, other sorts of stuff, telling stories. A lot of fun so far. Really good turnout. I'm really surprised. I know last night Nate rated my stream, which was really fun. Had a blast with that. But even before that, I got to be honest, I'm really surprised how well they're going. I've been averaging around, I think, 30 to 40 viewers has been my average for my streams, which isn't bad considering I just started them. A lot of fun. Again, right now it's just been big hangouts, and talking games, telling stories, but I have bigger plans for it. Some Q&A stuff. I might do some Let's Plays as well. I think that would be a lot of fun and just see how it kind of grows and evolves over time. I'm also working on some game reviews right now. The first game review that I will be dropping soon is for an older game that I completely missed. I don't even know how I missed this one. It's a game called Soma. It's a psychological horror game from the team that brought the Amnesia games. I'm I want to say I'm like 2-3 hours into it. I know it's roughly like a 10 to 12 hour game, I believe. But I'm working on a review for that one. And then I actually have a list right now of reviews I'm going to knock out. And so I'm trying to create a cadence on the channel that's manageable. I've been working on some of my time management stuff. I've been able to squeeze the live streams in. That's golden for every Tuesday night. So I want to do at least one review a month, live stream every week, one sketch a month, and then fill in the blank with some discussion videos and stuff. But at minimum, that doesn't mean we won't get more than one review a month. It just means like these are little minimum goals that I'm setting for myself, and I'm feeling good about it. I'll be honest, like it feels really good, and it's been really nice to hang out with a lot of the people here who show up every Wednesday night with the NintenByte podcast, and see you guys pop in and get to know you guys a little bit better and take your questions and just have a fun time. So definitely stop by, support the GameBird on Tuesday nights. Don't drop out of Prime's stream, but when Prime's done, please stop on by. I usually go for at least another 40 minutes after he's ended his, and keep your eye out for the next GameBird review of the game Soma, because I'm really digging it so far. Not gonna lie, it's really cool. But yep, that's it.
Soma's on sale right now with Switch 2 enhancements. Just throwing that out there. All right. Well, we gotta go. I'll just hit the button.
Oh. Why is it spicy?
God, that build up. That build up is redonkulous. Yeah, you can find me here, the Clips channel, and our audio podcast. That's what I do.
All right. Got the thunder settle in a bit. What's up, Stash?
Okay, so that's what I got coming up. Well, I guess first off, since I last saw you guys, I posted a review for Saint Slayer. Great classic Vania game. Reanimal. Jay and Silent Bob Chronic Blunt Punch. Wolfhound. Wolfhound was a game I was really looking forward to. And they reached out to me and asked if I wanted to, take a early spin with it with the press demo. I'm like, yeah, dude. They're like, do you do that? I'm like, I'll totally do that. If I want to play this game, that's awesome. And then Grime 2, I posted that today.
Mm-hmm.
A Soulsvania. And then this is what I got coming up. So South of Midnight. Little Nightmares VR. I'm getting my review code tomorrow. Be playing that on, be dusting off the old PSVR 2. Literally, I'm gonna have to definitely dust it off. I'm gonna have to do some updates for it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I hope it still works.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to plug both those controllers in too, make sure they're ready to roll. So that should be fun. I do have a review code already for Elementalist, which this is a game that's been on my radar for a few years. I think since 2022. So very excited. That's by Top Hat, who made Under the Island, which I know that video did well. A lot of people ended up picking up that game. And just to say, I've been more excited for Elementalist than Under the Island. So hopes are high. I've had it for a few days. I haven't been able to play it yet because I have other more pressing stuff for games. I do have Starfield for PS5, chipping away at that a little bit. I got a review code for Total Chaos on Switch 2. That embargo is coming up on the 29th. Mullet Mad Jack, which really looks cool. First person shooter, boomer shooter, with like They Live vibes. If you've seen the movie They Live, one of my favorites.
That movie.
Love it. Got a review code coming for Quartet. This is an RPG that I've been looking forward to for a very long time. And then I already have Soul Quest. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
Mm-mm.
It's a game, like another one that I've been looking forward to for years. That's coming out soon. And what else? Shadows of the Afterland. That embargoes on the 5th. And then on my birthday, on May 7th, I got Alabaster Dawn, which, Bird, you probably would love that game. 2D.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 2D pixel RPG. Been in development for a long time. A lot of people looking forward to it. I think that's, for the most part. There's some other things, but it's gonna be busy as F, right?
Oh yeah.
So busy.
Good
It's
stuff.
gonna be fun. Yeah. So I got going on ThunderStash Gaming on YouTube.
Okay. I'm Nintendo Prime, bitch. Yeah, I look, it's just daily news, guys. That's what I do. Daily news. And crying gummy bears, apparently. Yeah, you guys can find me anywhere that Nintendo Prime. Just type it in. I'm on X and YouTube are my two most active platforms, but I'm on TikTok and other places as well that I eventually want to get going if I ever find a schedule for it. Setting that aside, you can follow our podcast audio-wise everywhere podcasts are heard. We have a clips channel as well, as Eric shouted out. And then, yeah, go follow our fantasy critic, please. We are on page 1 now.
Oh, we
Page
made it to
one,
page
baby.
1.
We made it.
We
Wow.
made it to page 1.
Yep.
So now we got to
If we-
climb up page 1. To do that, we
If
need
we-
your guys' help.
Yeah, if we got like 3 more followers, I think we'd be halfway.
Holy
page
crap,
one.
we
I think
would.
Yeah.
We only need 3 followers, guys. It's free. It's literally free to sign up, and it takes a second. But yeah, that would put us there's
right under
someone
the
who-
big dogs.
Yeah,
really.
there's someone who has 31, 32, and 33. We have 31 as well. So that would literally jump us right to the middle, as Bird said.
Yeah, if you didn't know, I'll drop the link in the chat, just to Fantasy Critic on the homepage. All you have to do is sign up. It's free, absolutely free to sign up to the website, and then you'll see on the first page it'll say NintenByte Podcast Fantasy League. We're literally on the right margin if you're on desktop, very bottom. We're number 10. Would love to get up that list. If we can get up behind the NFL 2. And then I don't know. We'll see if we slowly creep up there to start getting past some of the 70 plus followed ones. And it gives you a way to follow the league even when we're not talking about it, because the league's always going on. You know, like the next review that drops is what? Titanium Court.
What is it?
That's today.
Titanium Court?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds like a
it's
rock.
my newest. It's my newest pickup.
Yeah. Let's see how it's doing right now, because the review should be out. If not,
So there's not enough reviews posted on Open Critic yet, but there are enough reviews for the game for it to get a score. PC Gamer gave it the worst score so far, but everything else, like if you just Google search reviews for it, there's not too many. I found maybe like 9 or 10 scores, and they're almost all 9 out of 10s. I'm feeling pretty good about this one. Minus PC Gamer, which also gave, I believe they gave Replace like a 5 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
So in our league,
Brutal.
if enough reviews don't get added to Open Critic, but there's enough on Metacritic, does it go off the Metacritic score, or do you just not count it?
It doesn't count. Yeah.
That
but
sucks.
this one, I'm not worried about it. The game actually comes out tomorrow. And this is going to be one where it's going to get a score probably within the next couple days.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's already got 2. What's it need? 2 more?
Yep, 2 more to get a score.
So to get a score on Open Critic, yeah. Because on Metacritic, it's at 85, but there's only technically 2 scored reviews. So, anyways, all right, cool. Well, we'll see what happens. So yeah, but that's the way you can see what's coming up. If you guys want to check the scores and see the score updates, like Birds of Benefits is next up. Then Unintelligent Systems has Lord of Hatred coming, and Saros. All of that's before the end of this month. And then when we get the next month, it's a mixtape for Birdman over there, followed by
Excited for that.
Forza Horizon 6 for Unintelligent Systems, and then Zero Parades for Bird, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book for Del Fuego as well. Lego Batman for ThunderStash. That one's probably
Excited for that one.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
And then technically 007 First Light reviews will be in.
Mixtapes on the Switch 2 eShop now. It's finally at it.
Oh, nice.
Like $20.
That might be one that I want to,
Nice deal.
although it's got the licensed music. I don't know how problematic that is for Let's Plays, but
super problematic.
yeah. I was gonna say that would have been
He'll
a fun
bend
one
you
to-
over, dude.
Yeah. And then what? I don't even want to know.
You don't want to know.
The cream soda.
Yeah, it's not good though.
Not good.
Yeah, not good cream soda. Yeah.
Oh man, it's crazy. This year's flying by. I was just thinking about it. I'm like, damn, April 22nd. Like, we're about 6 weeks, 6.5 away from Rebirth on Switch 2.
Wild.
And then we're less than 2 months away from Adventures of Elliot.
Wild, man.
Yeah, it's kind of flying.
I don't know. I just want to get to June so I can maybe get some release dates for all the games on my fantasy league.
I mean, yeah, there is that.
Because I don't have
Almost
release
there.
dates for like anything. Even like Mina the Hollower, supposedly coming out the next 2 months. Don't fucking know when.
You got to reach out to.
I know. I probably could just ask her. She'd probably tell me privately, but we got to reach out to get her on the episode on the podcast. Anyways, well, I did send her an email last month, and she said she didn't forget. Waiting for the release date announcement, and then they're going to start the marketing. So, yeah, for those who don't know, we're talking about Celia B. She's going to be coming on the show. This has been predetermined. She was going to be on last year, but then Mina got delayed. So
They updated the release date to spring. You know, that was like 4 weeks ago to spring.
yeah, they said it would be first half. So
Summer officially starts. What is it, like
June
June 22nd or June 20th? So it's got to be soon.
I hope so, because that'll probably be my next game that gets a review. It'll be Mina because I don't have anything else. I'm actually getting to the point that I'm like, man, when do I get desperate? Never. That's the answer. Never get desperate. Let's just say I might be doing double duty during the summer showcases. Being like, Fantasy Critic, open in one tab because I got to start claiming some shit. Start bidding. Fill out my fucking team. Anyways. All right, guys. Oh, thanks for tuning in. It's been a fun show, guys. We'll catch you the same time next week. I don't even know who the guests are, so I'm too lazy to open it up and tell you. So you'll just have to tune in and find out.
Hell
Bye,
yeah.
everyone.
Bye.